Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, June the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Guys can hear me, see my screen, and just waiting maybe for somebody in our YouTube room to do the same thing. Let me know if you guys can hear me, see my screen. Then we'd be good to go for both of the rooms. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, so we're good to go, both rooms. So JEM, first of all, the market. So the market is kind of flat right now. SPY's only down 15 cents. So the market is kind of flat right now. JEM, this was a big one. I remember seeing this one yesterday. And, it was terrible. I mean, honestly, if you look at it, it got up to 315, but look where it closed. It closed at right around $1. Now it's popping up again. Okay, when I say terrible, I mean it didn't even come close to holding its gains yesterday. It basically sold off right to the low of the day. But today's another day, and for whatever reason, I mean, I see some news. They appointed this guy to be the executive director. Just trying to see if there's any other news for this one other than the fact that it's a low float. Look at the volume, 57 million have traded already. Thank you, Faith. So that's the GEM, JEM. Of course, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I shouldn't say that. Let's just see. No, in fact, not only is it not only will they not try to find shares for me, the big red not available for short sale. That's at Interactive Brokers. Ooh, UNSI. Now UNSI is what did they do? Okay. So William, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at UNSI, UNCY. Definitely the disaster du jour, definitely. Plunges after the FDA again rejects their drug. So that's UNCY, UNCY, just getting absolutely destroyed here. Down 47%. So I wonder if we can. Wonder if this has anything. Yeah. So that is. I don't know what else they've got going on as far as other drugs, but as always, we probably should be watching this for some little bounce potential. Potentially a bounce potential. That is UNCY. Isn't this one of your favorite ones, William? Sable Offshore, SOC. So they're raising money, doing a financing, so raising money, down 39% on that news. Meanwhile, Gem just jumped. All right, let's see. Yeah, I do have that that's my only earnings play that's making it into my. That's the only one. That's it. I'm not saying I'm not saying there are no other earnings plays, but meeting my filter requirements, that's the only one. CNX. So yeah, so CNXC. Wow, down 24%. Just looking here. Okay, reports downbeat Q2 earnings. 263 missing. So it's a miss there. And so it's a miss. So it's a miss lower, right? And just being punished for that. Just a modest miss. Okay. Yeah, I see. Thank you, Obi. I do see that the SSPC. I haven't really been trying to trade those in the last little while. Probably should. I mean, the big range every day for SpaceX. Now, guys, the bouncers toppers has joined sort of my favorite along with the trend reversals. The reason why, what I was noticing is that these bouncers toppers, it's not so much that you're trying to even play a bounce or a top. Some of these things are just moving. They continue to move in the direction. Maybe a slight pullback, but they're really good to watch. For to keep going in that direction. Maybe with a small pullback or pull up if it's the case of a bounce. CELZ is on the move here, guys. I can see that right here, number 2 on the list. Don't see any news on it other than the fact it's pretty low float. Don't see any news on it. Now this is coming into maybe not. I'm looking at the weekly chart. Look at this. I mean, wow. This is really taking out these weekly highs now. The weekly highs were around 250. I'm looking at a few weekly highs, really taking those out. And it's through the 200-day moving average also. So a couple of key elements, taking out those weekly highs through the 200-day moving average. Bouncer toppers is not on my homepage, but I can certainly give it to you. Okay, so there's the bouncers toppers. Okay, so I'm really watching this UNCY. I want to see if it's bounce worthy at all. Meanwhile, SVRE also another one that's moving. Saver one. Saver one enters the military UAV market. Okay, signs. Okay, so that's their news. Okay, I'm just trying to decipher that. Very, very low float, under 1 million in the float. Israeli stock, 16 million have traded already. And then is the SVRE. Did not know that. So the markets closed early on Thursday. Good. Okay. I did not know that. Okay, William. Not even at 4. I mean, I'm looking at 4. It looks like a nice little base at 4 right now for UNSI. Okay. AVXX. It must be a two timer for AVAV. Okay. Wow. So AVAV has got to be up at least 28%. So what is happening with AVAV? Oh, it's right there. In fact, I don't have to type it in. There it is. AVAV. It's an earnings play. AVAV is an earnings play. This must be a beat raise, right, William? Unusual machine. So I'm going to have to take a look at UMAC. And it's a sympathy play with AVAV in sympathy with it with AVAV's Q4 double beat. So a way to play it, of course, AVXX. If you thought this was pullback was over, and AVAV the stock was going to continue moving higher, wow! Look how cheap it is compared to the stock. 787. Pretty good volume, 1.2 million already. Spread is not fantastic, but it's not terrible. 81, 89. And again, just for those who may not understand what we're talking about when we're talking about a long ETF or a stock, these have been, excuse me, these are ETFs that have been created for specific stocks. And this started happening. I don't know exactly when. I want to say Nvidia was maybe the first one or one of the first ones that, well, certainly one of the first major ones that did this. Of course, the why they're so popular is that typically the ETF is way cheaper than the stock itself. Okay, but usually there's plenty of liquidity, so that's not the issue. And you get double the move. So again, if AVAV the stock moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. But of course, if AVAV the stock moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. So, you just have to recognize what you're getting into. But typically very liquid and way cheaper to buy. So this is trying to hold the VWAP. All right, let's take a look at the sectors before the market 9:30 open. Anyway, market is basically flat when I'm looking at the SPY, and that's what I'm looking at. So from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, and click on the Show More, and click on the sector status. So as we speak, silver is the top performing sector as we speak. Okay, there it is right at the top here. And if I go down to the bottom, and we've got the nukes and uranium and LR. Ah, you know what? Finally, some volume. I mean, it's not huge, but typically when I've been clicking on this in the pre-market, we may get like 50,000 shares or something like that, or even less. At least we've got 375,000 shares. Okay, so maybe this ETF is starting to pick up a little more popularity, or for some reason just today. But anyways, it's the worst performing sector right now. We'll take a look at this maybe around 10 o'clock if I can remember, or 10:15. And we'll look at the individual sectors and see how they're doing. Not so much how they're doing, but what stock is leading. Well, we can even do that right now. Let's see if there's APD. I mean, for instance, APD, yeah, great volume. Except I don't understand what's going on here. It says it's down 2%. It says 8% here. Okay, so that was wrong. Let me see if these are right. It's like they have to get kickstarted. Ah, okay, I know what's happening. I wasn't sorted. This was being sorted on the change from the open. Okay, that's why. Okay, Anyway, you could go through these right now and find out what the top performing stock is in the pre-market of some of these major stocks. Anyway, Phil, FSLR. No. Okay, guys. What else is happening? See if there's BTCT. How's Bitcoin doing? Ugh. Underneath this 60,000 again. But this one is up 55% for some reason. So yesterday, after the market closed, they announced the closing of their private placement of up to 28 million, accelerating the expansion of its AI computing business. So sort of pivoting into AI also, not just Bitcoin or crypto, I guess. But again, these stocks that popped in the pre-market way below the 200 or the VWAP right now. Very active stock is CUPR. They're low float, very low float. Singapore. The market's basically flat, but it is hanging just underneath the VWAP also. Again, the SPY, when I talk the market, I'm talking the SPY, just hanging underneath the VWAP. It's pretty wild. I was using this AI assistant after hours. That's well, not quite after hours, actually, when the market was still open. Pretty interesting what you can do. I think it's going to be going to help a lot of people who struggle trying to create scans, or they're looking for an idea, and so you can just sort of tell it kind of what you're looking for, and it'll create something for you. So William says after Meta loses its bid to throw out the lawsuit by states attorney generals, I'm expecting weakness today. Okay, so it's down $1.99 right now underneath the VWAP. This is what William is talking about. Loses bid to dismiss U.S. states' claims that Facebook, Instagram addict children. I would not want to be a parent, honestly. Would not want to be a parent trying to control kids and what they're watching and all that. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 9:23. So let's see what stocks have won some races. CNDT. All right. Well, at least it's trying to get back through the VWAP. Excuse me. It's up, not up a lot, but it's trying to get through the VWAP again. It did pop up to $1.64, but came all the way back down to $1.20. Pets was an active one yesterday, as I recall. PETS was an active one, but another one, got up to 235. But look where it closed, down at 182. I wanted to look at UMAC. I said UMAC is sympathy play to that AVAV. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's up. No other reason. And it's here we go. UMAC rises in sympathy with AVAV's double beat. I guess there must be almost in the same industry. Really, though? I think this is where I have to be very careful and not freezing up the systems. Okay. All right. So obviously, UMAC is doing something differently because when you look at what their business summary, it doesn't look like anything like AVAV. So they must be doing something differently now. Weren't they weren't they involved in with the quants and all? Quantum computing? I don't know. I can't remember now anymore. Quants, nuclear, crypto, all these companies they switch gears. Not all of them, but a lot of them are just switching gears. Drone, you're right. It is drone. It is drone. That's right. UMAC was one of those ones that this week here, when your government said we're going to pour money into drones, I think that was UMAC was one of them. This a few weeks ago. Other one on the move right now, guys, is Depro. Depro is on the move. Depro on the move. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 578. So that's a little bit close. So, but Depro is on the move. And this looks like this is a drone. Yeah, drone applications are almost endless. This is a dragonfly. Oh, that's right. This is this dragonfly, not dragonfly. There's another company out of Saskatoon, I think. I think they're out of Saskatoon. Yeah, Saskatoon. Boy, after yesterday, that MSTR, you're talking about MSTR. It is being mauled now. Yeah. I mean, yesterday, though, that MSTX, I believe the MSTX is the where you can, I think it's a double long. Yeah. So that's down 14%. Yesterday, this was awesome. This was from my scan, which I didn't, and I did not take it. But this was probably one of the better ones from my trend reversal scan that I did not take. Whoa, William, I was just going to mention CNXC to you. It was looked like it was trying to hold 19. I have that. I have a thumbnailed, and that's why. But look at this little pop here. Good morning, Melis 6466. Are you new to trade ideas? New to trading? You're obviously new to the room, but are you new to trade ideas also? Or do you have it at all? That's okay. It's a free room. Oh, excellent. So if you've been, Guten Morgen to you, Daniel, in our YouTube room. Sorry, I'm probably bad accent, but I do the best I can. Um, well, good. I'm glad you have some trading experience. I have some scans that I share. Usually around 10:30, I go over my homepage, including the scans that I currently share. And guys, we have about 40 seconds to the 9:30 open. Thank you, William. So what I'm going to do now is just get rid of my. So these are the active stocks. Either on the way up or on the way down in the pre-market. I'll get rid of that. And then I'll wait for my my favorite. This nothing will happen until at least 9:35 in this particular scan, a daily trend reversal scan. I told you, William. And GEM, guys, it takes out. I mean, it's highly speculative, of course, but JEM, and we're open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, but I have made an exception now. If I get something in my daily trend reversal, because the first alert will be at 5 or 9:35. If there is one, doesn't mean there will be one, but that will be the earliest I can get an alert. And if I like what I see, liking what I see typically will mean a lot of room to move. Wow. Too bad, William. Too bad. You called it. The CNXC, you called it. That's a $3 move from the 19. Okay, guys, getting these races running now. Fuel cell still doing its thing, I think. Yeah, wow. Fuel cell now in the 30s. Look at this. Fuel cell big jump. FCEL. Wow. So a lot of activity, of course, in the first minute. Stocks moving up and down. Last time I was here, I asked you how I can get a buy and sell signal. Are you talking about the buy? You talking about having a trade wave on your chart? That's how you have. That's the way you have to. That's the only way you can get the buy and sell. You're talking about the buy flags, like these little buy. Understand, they're not real time alerts, though. I mean, you're just going to see them. They're not real time alerts. But if you're talking about how to enact the wave on your chart, you have to give me maybe 5 or 6. You have to give me maybe 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, there's too much happening right now. But if that's what you're talking about how to get the wave on your chart, because that's what generates the buy and the sell flags. That is nothing I think I ever said. The only thing that does that is the AI, with a suggested entry and a suggested stop. I mean, I don't. If you're talking about, unless you're talking about right clicking and going to properties and show smart risk levels, okay? Which yes, I suppose if that's what you're talking about, what it's telling you is okay. If you took this stock right here at 538. You could put it, a suggested stop could be down here at 469, if that's what you're talking about. And that is just enacting on your chart when the properties and checking show smart risk levels. That's all I can think of. That has to be it because nothing else. The only other thing that gives you, is our AI that gives you an alert price and a stop price. No target price though. The only thing that kind of gives you a target price is what I just went over. But I would take that with a grain of salt, the target price. So that has to be it, Vandana. All right, guys, things are settling. Well, they're not settling down at all, actually. LGCL from yesterday. So again, you got to be careful. Look what it did. It got up to $1.60, closed down here at 85 cents. All right, we are almost, again, the first alert in this could only happen at 9:35. Doesn't mean there will be one at 9:35, but I do see NC moving. Yes, I see NC moving on off the 4 level. UNCY. Yes, but William said he wouldn't buy it until it hit 50 cents. All right, so CELZ just showed up on that scan. Now, certainly, well, it has room. 554 has some room. Has some room. Yes, and it just got halted. I think it just got halted, guys. I think it just got halted. It's got to get halted. It's going to get halted. Well, usually the first halt's okay. Yes, I'd love to see that. Okay, guys. Again, well, I don't even want to call us a exception anymore. So yes, the CEL's it. Why would I take that one? Because look at the room it had on the daily chart. Next high was 548. So now I'm in another halt. We'll see what happens when it comes out of the halt. When you say how to read it, you mean how to actually see the number? I agree that it's hard to define the number because sometimes it's hard to read. Is that what you mean? It's just a suggestion. Remember, okay. I don't know how to help in that regard. I don't think there's any way to help indicators. Oops, indicators. Let me click on another symbol here. Click on oust. Yeah, there's the smart stop right there. You have to sort of eyeball. You see, there's a dotted line, and when you hit the dotted line, so that's 53.35. Okay, okay. So you have to. Usually, you can see the dotted line. You just hover down, and then you'll see the price. Okay, not ideal, but there's a dotted line. Okay. But sometimes if it's way down here, yeah, I mean, it might be very tough to see. Well, sometimes the dotted line is, there's nothing I can't help you. I mean, some of them you're going to see the dotted line very evidently. Okay. But again, this is just a guide. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's just a guide. Can't help you if you can't see the dotted line. I mean, sometimes if the suggested stop is below, we can look at fuel cell right here. Let's take a look at what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, there's a dotted line. I mean, most of them, you're probably, wow, look at fuel cell. Most of them, you'll be able to see the dotted line. Oh, shoot, I'm missing paths here. But paths, would I have taken it? Not necessarily. I would have had to wait for an 8 break, and then I would have to, but then there's the VWAP on top. So to answer your question about the cells, I'm just, I mean, this doesn't look good now. Hmm. I might get, usually the first halt isn't bad. Well, this is the chart right there. Okay, so here's a dotted line. I mean, I can't help you if you can't see it. Depends on the time frame. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. Okay, so if I click on PAVS, I mean, I can, unfortunately, the dotted line is way down here. Okay, some of them you may not be able to see it, but I'll click on Joby, Joby. There is the dotted line right down there on the 15, 8:55. I'm just looking at a 15-minute chart. I mean, you can put it on any time frame you want, but yeah, that doesn't look good. I'm surprised. Okay, well, okay, guys. Well, I escaped with just a small loss on it. I may look at it later, but it did come back. Okay, and it may come back. I escaped. That's not normal. Wow. If I'd waited just another 5 seconds or 10 seconds, but that's okay. I escaped with a small loss on the CELZ. It's not. Yeah. Usually the first halt is pretty good. That was a little scary. Well, I don't know why you're not. Well, at least I don't know why you can't see a dotted line, Bandana. I mean, I just are you using browser interface. Using the browser interface. Right click, use browser interface. Hard for me to help. I just don't know why you're not seeing a dotted line. Maybe it's well. Let me uncheck the browser interface. Maybe that's it. No, I see it here. A dotted line there. Can't help you. I don't know why you're not seeing it. I don't know why. I mean, whether you're using the browser interface charts or the non, maybe the dotted line seems to show up a little more on the use browser interface. All right, have I missed any? I think I probably missed some on the 90. Actually, okay. So there's still an opportunity for me maybe to take the CUPR later. Well, on my chart, I don't know if you can specify it. I don't think so, but on my chart, I'm using a black background, of course. It's sort of a magenta. I guess that would be called magenta. Okay. But right beside, I mean, most of the charts you're going to see this. You should see smart stop also. Okay, if it fits. If you had a bigger chart, like a big giant 15-minute chart, I'm sure you would see it all the time. Okay, but there, it says smart stop right there. AVEX. There's the dotted line. I don't know if you can specify a color. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think you can specify a color on that. Unless that's it, price text color. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, if I'd waited just about probably about 15 seconds, I'd be in the money here. But yeah, I just couldn't take the chance. So when it popped up here, I decided I had to get out of it. But it is holding over 4 now. So let's see. I mean, on the again, that is the next in that month. What month was that? That was in October of last year. So there was some day in that month where there was a high of 547. So I mean, there is room, still room. All right, so this is showing up in the scan also as a potential short, a CLPT, and the next low looking left is 16. So there is a lot of room. Oh my goodness, look at S dot. Look at this S dot, guys. I mean, tore through that high of 3 weeks ago. Missing out on this one, the global Vend. Son of a gun. 435 was the alert. 475 now. Well, certainly nothing shaking on the bouncers toppers, but this, to me, you see, this is what I'm talking about. Even though this was a potential bottoming play, this just looks like super weak. BSX looks super weak. So yes, it had the little bounce, but that was short-lived. I don't know if that has any news. BSX has any news. I mean, it's only down 1.5%. It's not like it's tanking, but it's certainly selling off. Just suggestions, yes. The color meter is so if it's in blue, it's a suggested go long because it might be bouncing. And if there's nothing in yellow yet, which would mean a topping play, maybe it's topping out. But I mean, again, It doesn't mean, of course, that what I've been looking at. This is cores now. This is must be the two time. No, it isn't. But it was a two timer. What I'm looking at though are a lot of these. Yeah, they might have the little bounce, but that's short lived, and then it's a continuation in the direction down or up if it were yellow. Again, like any other scan, it's not a matter of just piling into the trade the minute you get an alert. You have to have, some, well, I call it trading experience, sort of analyze what is going on. Yeah, so for instance, look at this 10B now. I mean, this is obviously very strong. Coming into, though, that is the next high looking left. That if I could expand my daily chart, that red line is telling me that's the next high looking left on the daily chart, which is about 36.59. So it's getting close. We're getting close. Will that stop it? Okay, we're getting close to that high right there. Is it going to is that going to stall it? So the SPY is now modestly positive, and it's through the VWAP though, so that's a good sign, I guess. Through the VWAP. Oh, cells! Why did you do that to me? Seriously. I mean, it had to. It was a little scary. But if you guys took it, like after it dipped and then came back over 4, you're doing not badly. Boy, this 10B is right at that high now, guys. I mean, it looks like that's around 30. I'm trying to eyeball it, 36.67. So it's coming right into that high. I mean, the high actually today was 36.73. So it was got right into that, and now it looks like it's trying to. So how I'd be looking at this is see how steep this pullback is, and then maybe it just bursts right through that and continues higher because I mean this is obviously so JP Morgan got a $40 price target on it. Okay. Yeah, there was some data, right? Economic data. What did I put in here? I usually, yeah, 945. There was the Case Shiller home price. Also at 10 o'clock, we got the Chicago PMI. We got the JOLTS job opening, CV consumer confidence at 10. These are all at 10 o'clock. So that could, and then we have the Dallas Fed services, I think at around 11:30. Again, this is I try to put this in here in the alert section, things on the economic calendar every day. Well, in this particular case, that would have been a nice little topper play, okay, the 10B. But I still think that this could come back. I do see the FSL. Okay. All right, guys, this 10B, this could be just the momentary pullback, okay, and then a resumption. Okay, now you mentioned somebody mentioned something about okay, I had news earlier about companies offering a stable coin that could affect CRCL. Okay, well, I guess that's your news, and I'm seeing the same thing now. Circle Internet stock falls on new stablecoin venture report. Okay, well, is is there there's got to be an ETF for this? Boy, this PGY looks a lot like the 10B coming into well, actually, that's far enough away though. That high is way, it's about $1 away, a daily high for PGY. So there is. So let's see if this pulls back just a little bit and continues. Especially with the market doing this. Bounce plays or stocks that are. I don't know how affected by the overall market this is, but I mean, this is just a very strong stock. 10B is another strong stock. Well, you know what? I didn't take this one from our AI, but this is a pretty darn good looking short now. There are not that many shorts available. Interactive Brokers, about 41,000, but this was a short opportunity from our AI. The op rate at 2022 and still has room. 17, wow, still has room. Spread is not great, but no bounce in this one yet, guys, on this CRCL. Next low looking left is on the weekly chart anyway, 66.49. How about on a daily? I think it's about the same. Yeah, so this still has room to run down if it wants to certainly on a daily and a weekly chart. Not any near term support. All right, so here's another one showing up on the bouncers toppers, but I mean, again, it had the little pull up, okay? But this looks again weak. TTD obviously it's down 5%, but that's not the issue. The issue more is 1734. It's got a little bit of room down to that low, okay? Hey guys, TTD looks like it's weakening again. TTD weakening again after the little pull up. Time is it now? 10 o'clock. Okay, I'm getting close to looking at my information or the information on my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage right now. Okay, looking at my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. At the very top, of course, a way in which to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. So here's how you can take out a subscription right now if you want to, or sometime in the future, of course. You could just use my code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. It doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service, okay? All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code, whatever it is. It will change from time to time. Why use my code? It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room here. This is the main room. Company tracks the use of the promo codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. Really that simple. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering about what this trading room is all about, it is free also. A lot more action though in this room, interaction with other traders in this room. Also, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for a room that's open during the pre-market, you can come into this room. Thank you, Obi. Obi opens it up. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me. So, but Obi opens it up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I get on the mic, both rooms, sometime between 9 and 9:15. And if you keep scrolling down a little bit more, if you clicked on my homepage link, keep scrolling down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. So if you're just taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and this is mandatory. If you've just taken out a subscription, this is mandatory to do this. 12 short videos to get you started, covering the key elements of the program. But if you don't have the program and you're wondering about it, not necessarily is this the right program for you. Well, at least what you should do is start off with that second video, go to the end, gives you an idea about the capabilities of the program. It may not be what you're looking for, but if it makes sense to maybe try us for a month. You can always unsubscribe. Yeah, you can ask questions here. Yes, in our YouTube room, somebody asked. Yes. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos if you're new to trading. Okay. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. So this is the large cap race right here. This is a more volatile race. This one here. Pulse Resumes is here. I'm just pointing out the ones you can actually see. But as you can see, I am sharing a lot of other scans, and this is my daily trend reversals that I really pay attention to. That I've just made a terrible error on the on the paths. Look at the paths go. Well, terrible error. I should be in this one, but that's the daily trend reversals. But I am sharing other scans. I may get gentleman who looks after my homepage to add the bouncers toppers down here. More than likely, yeah. Is there going to be a 4th of July discount? Oh, I'm 100% sure there is. I just don't have the code yet. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask questions. You can ask questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer. If it's an accounting type question, that's probably something I can't answer, but I can direct you to the people who can. I'm actually surprised the code is not out yet, but there'll definitely be a code for. Oh man, this is the one, guys. This was the one from the scan. Look at, I just got just too distracted here, but look at the paths at 9:37. You didn't have to take it right at 9:37, but there was the alert at 7:90, and now it has had massive pullback. But before it did that, it got almost up to 10. I mean, you've got to manage the trade, of course. You just can't, take a trade and then wander away from your computer. Not when there's a float of 900,000. Wow, what a great short from our AI though on the NVCT. It's only one alert from there today. That's that consolidation one, William. Let's take a look at PA. Yeah, that's that consolidation one, isn't it? So I'm assuming core is standard and our apex. I shouldn't say hate. I just find the company gets a little too cute when naming these things. But anyway, I call it standard and premium. Premium, the difference, premium is the main reason why people will take our premium service. The main reason is for this, okay? They want to have access to the AI. That's the main reason, okay? I mean, there are some other differences. If you're into back testing, you have a strategy that you want to back test, you would need our premium service. Well, the channel bar is right here. Click on new and then dock channel bar. It's right here. That's part of the, I mean, there obviously you have to access the TI long and TI short, you need to have our premium service, but everything else is part of the standard service. All these are just theme-based channels. Okay. What does the AI do? Basically, you wait for the AI alerts, give you a suggested entry. You'll have a stop. How you trade them, if you trade them, will be up to you. Okay, it's part of the premium service. Obviously, today in this particular case, this has been an awesome alert. And if you have you just basically wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, with the AI. I mean, and you have a suggested entry. You don't have to get in right at that price. You can, you have time to maybe take a look to see, does it make sense to take the trade? If you like the trade, then you take it. Not swing trades, no. Not here. These are all intraday. However, I mean, at the end of the day, if a stock looks like it, closes well, like closes near the high, and you look left, and there's a ton of room for it to keep moving, you could make up your mind and say, yeah, I want to swing in this. But these are all intraday trades in theory, because the AI gets out of every trade by at least 9:35, 9:35, 3:55, 5 minutes before the 4 o'clock close. Okay, but doesn't mean that you have to. I am missing the boat today, guys. And we got some wonderful ones from the trend reversals. So the earliest alert you'll get with the AI, and this is by design, is at 9:40. That's the earliest alert. You'll not get anything in the pre-market and nothing in the post-market. And that's by design. Okay. So there was one at 9:40. Doesn't mean there will be one at 9:40, but that will be the earliest. So anybody who has our premium service, what you should do, in my opinion anyway, is just to make it super simple. Don't go to the channel. It's way too complicated. All you do is click on new, and then you see I have 3 that start up with premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. And it'll look something like this. You may have different column headers, but it should look something like this. The only thing is, if profitable trades is checked, you see how one disappeared? Uncheck it. You should, use it like a watch list. You should want to see the trades all day long. They could set up at different prices. Here's the trivia. I mean, it could be interesting. I want to take a look at this one right now. And then incorporate this window as part of your layout. And as long as you load trade ideas before 9:40, you'll see this window and it'll be blank. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. It's not penny stocks. It could be all over the place. Okay. You can get some large cap stocks. You can get some, well, it depends what you mean by penny stock. Generally speaking, there's nothing less than $1. But it includes all. Yeah, it doesn't discriminate. Okay. This is just an awesome alert though, for the NVCT on the short. It's up to you. There's no target. There's absolutely no target, on the AI alerts. How you trade, this is, the best way to use. You have to have some trading experience. Okay, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Hank. Okay, you have to have some trading experience. When you look at a trade, you look at an alert, you make up your mind. Does it make sense to take the trade? I mean, look at the trivia. I mean, right now, this is an all-time high. So I mean, this is a really interesting one. It's an all-time high. So there's nothing blocking it from moving higher, but there's no target. There's no suggestion to get out at this level or not. If the trade is still working, keep in the trade. That's why I like to use the trade wave. As long as the wave is still blue. I mean, I like this one. I don't like the spread right now, 1911, 1917, but there's a lot, to me anyway, there's a lot to like about this one. It's an all-time high, so there's absolutely no chart resistance. You have a stop. Again, there's a stop for everything you get into. There would be a suggested stop. You don't have to. I mean, if you have any trading experience at all, you might look at that stop and say, "No, I don't like," or I would put my stop somewhere else. Okay. Are you talking? Are you talking about the trivia right here? The trigger was 1913. That was the alert price. Okay. I I keep after the company to get rid of it saying entry price because I think people get too hung up on that, thinking that's where they have to enter, and if they miss it, it's 1917 now, and the entry was 1913. So I guess I can't take the trade. No, I'm not yelling at you. I'm more yelling at the company. I wish they would get rid of that. I would call it alert price, but they don't listen to me. And please listen carefully, everybody. There was no auto trading the AI. We get that question all the time. There's no auto trading the AI. You can auto trade. You can auto trade, but only your own strategy. Okay, you can create your own strategy, and if you want to auto trade it, which is most, I would say 99.9% of our customers do not auto trade, but there you do have the ability to auto trade, but it's only your own strategy that you have to back test it, and you have to have extreme confidence that yeah, you want to take every trade that comes in. Well, there is no success rate because people will trade this differently. Okay, that's why I'm saying you have to manage the trades. For instance, here entry on the short of say 2022. So some will look at this and go, okay, I'm going to hold on, but some might have taken out, maybe on the 20 break, they get out. So they're not maximizing their profits. Okay, so there's the bottom line is no. There's no such thing as a success. Boy, look at this. See, another one that I missed. Man, 563 on the alert. And, again, you didn't have to take it right away. Look how long you had to take a look at this for a while. And now then it popped. Trivy, guys. Trivy. Remember, I'm not telling anybody to take trades. Okay. I'm just pointing out what did I say? It has no chart resistance. It's an all time high. Doesn't mean it's going to go to infinity, but I mean, at least you don't have to worry about any chart resistance for the TRVI. No, it's not a volume scanner. No, not at all. It's a scanner. It has the AI has, I don't know how many strategies. They used to have 40 or 50 strategies. What happens is, I mean, overnight, there's a routine it goes through all those strategies, goes through what we call an optimization procedure through all the strategies. And then the ones that make the cut, meaning the right profit factor, it back tests over the last 30 days or 60 days, I guess, 3 months of trading. And then the ones that make the cut for the next day, the strategies that make the cut for the next day have to have the correct profit factor and win percentage. And then that's why we're seeing these particular strategies, the Holly Neo and the this one. I mean, I don't know what, I personally don't care what the strategies are. I just care. Tell me what the alerts are. Okay. But that's the theory behind it. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. So it's got really nothing to do with volume. I mean, most of the time, I mean, you're going to have good volume, but I mean, it's not. Look at the NVCT. Sure, I mean 1 point, but it's not the volume. Okay, it's it's typically it's the is it trading abnormally at all? Abnormally, see, we have a great filter called the relative volume filter. So it's one thing to say, well, I only want to trade stocks that trade 1 million shares a day. But what if 1 million shares is not even normal? What if it normally trades 2 million shares? And so what you really want to do if you're intraday trading, you want to use this relative volume filter. Okay. So right now that's telling me that Trevi, TRVI, is trading 3.6 times normal up to this time of day. So if you're an intraday trader, that's what you want. You want to be only following stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, usually that does mean abnormal volume. It could mean abnormal option volume. Well, you can set, yeah. I mean, the standard service is great. If you're just looking to be fed something that that is generated by our AI, and not because you can set up your. I mean, I've got here's my daily, but I have a few alerts in here. They're not all going to be tradable for me. Neither are the ones from the AI. But yeah, I mean, the standard service is fine. You don't have to take the premium service, but some like it because they don't have to really do anything. They don't have to create any other scans. They just wait for the alerts to happen. It's up to you. If I were starting out with the package, I would probably start out with the standard service, and you can always upgrade later on if you kind of see what the AI is doing. I try to show people what the AI is capable of. Obviously, today is a great day. Not every day is going to be great. But we also have what we call a reentry price, which we hasn't triggered yet. Wow, some just great, great, great trend reversals today. Man, especially on the long side. Remember what the trend reversal is looking for. So when you look at a CUPR as an example, it's looking for a stock that was down the day before. Okay, you can see my daily chart, and then it's up today. Now other filters are in place. So it had to close at least down 5% yesterday. The close had to be at least down 5%. And then today it had to be above yesterday's high. It had to be up at least at the time of the alert, at least up 1%. So it might be just starting out. It had to have a relative volume, a high relative volume. So that's what it's looking for. And then the reverse, looking for a stock that was up yesterday, closed up at least 5%, but reversing today. So as can be expected, all these are in theory stocks that might be topping out, but they're so strong. I mean, the market is so strong right now. The market is so strong. So that's why we're getting a lot of stocks that look, potentially are topping out, but they're still super strong. So that's why I was saying a lot of these stocks, they may have a little pullback, but then continue. Well, that's what we are. Yeah, we're fantastic. We're a scanning program for sure. I mean, that's what it is. We're scanning software. You can build your own scans, find out stuff that you might be interested in. You know, the price range you like to trade, the minimum volume you want to trade. Do you want to trade stocks that are maybe pulling back into a moving average or the VWAP, or do you want to just find momentum stocks? I mean, there's all sorts of ways you can use trade ideas. You know, and I'm sharing some of my scans. There's another way. I mean, races is another interesting way to use trade ideas because it's not quite the same as giving you real time alerts. What it does is, though, it does create a top 10 list for you. I should go over this right now. So I'm going to go over this race right now because it's another way to use trade ideas. And the reason I'm going to go over it because it does create a top 10 list for you so that you can focus just on these stocks all day long if that's what you want. These are two different races. Both of them, well, this one ultimately will create a top 10 list for you. So before I do that, though, I want to direct you to the home page. But if you're getting good alerts from the scanner that you've created, Ank, then just keep doing what you're doing. There was no 100% you should use this scanner or that scanner. We all have different trading styles, and that's why the company, when they started, just very quickly. Before I talk about the races, you know, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. The new high of the day, new low of the day, and but these are all these icons represent the real-time alerts that we do have. And when you get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Filtering meaning, normally people would like to see a certain price range, a minimum volume, things like that. But when you look at all this, and you're looking at this maybe for the first time, and again, I'm just talking in general, don't get hung up. Well, my goodness, how am I going to learn all this? You don't have to. Okay. The reason why there's so many different real-time alerts and all these different filters is because there are a lot of different trading styles. So when the company started back in I think 2003, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they created all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters. So if you had any trading experience, you could find a way to combine them to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for. Okay. So, if you have any trading experience, what I would do is just kind of scroll down and say, oh, I recognize something like 75% pullback from lows. Okay, maybe I'll try that. But if you're interested in understanding what each one of these, and look, we have, I think, 500 or 600 of these data points. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. But if you're interested, maybe standard deviation breakup, maybe you've read something about that, but you know nothing about it. Well, click on it, left click on it to highlight it, and then you click on help. And you don't have to learn every one of these. Understand that, okay? But if you are interested in maybe finding out, well, what is this standard deviation breakout? Well, here's a whole bunch of information about that, okay? But again, you don't have to go through each individual one and to learn everything that we've got. Personally, I only use a handful of what we've got. And that's because my trading style dictates that. So getting back to my my home page, and the only reason I'm directing you here is because I'm going to talk about the race. And if you click on the more info on the education section, and then the user guide, you'll see there's a whole section right here, TI stock racing. Again, the same thing with the user guide. Don't think you have to learn everything. It's like any other software program. There's a lot to it, but you don't have to learn everything. So let me talk about the racing a little bit. Give me a moment. Okay, so racing. So when you're seeing this 5.49%, what does that mean? That means that since the race started, and I'm running 4-minute races, and all of this is completely customizable. Okay, the length of race, the time you want to run the race for. If you want to be a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, it's up to you. But so you can see right here, cells. It has moved since the race started, a little over a minute ago. It has moved 12%, 15%, 16%. You see, that's what that means. So if you see a stock that is at the top here, sure, click on it, see what's happening. Cells is interesting. I mean, look at this. It is coming right into the VWAP. So for those of you who maybe play off the VWAP acting as support, you might look at that and go, I'm going to take that trade. I mean, this is up to you, of course. You have to have a trading style, but that's what a lot of people will look for. Stock that has come into the VWAP. The VWAP is acting as support. Okay, VWAP acting as support, maybe, and just see if it can act as support and then bounce off and then have a continuation. The VWAP is the actual numbers around 336 or so. Okay, now I'm using pre-market data. That's why this VWAP might be different from that one right there, which is not using pre-market data. I always use pre-market data. Why not? Stock is trading a lot in the pre-market. Why wouldn't you want to have that data available? But, is it going to hold it? Is it going to hold it? I mean, it's attempting a couple of times to hold it. I'm interested in this one. I want to see how well it's going to hold this VWAP. Maybe it gets up to back over 350. I'll take the trade. Not suggesting you do the same thing. Just waiting on this one right now. So anyway, that's an idea, okay? And that was generated from the race, okay? The race is not necessarily seeing stocks at the high of the day. They could have been pulling back into an area that you like, maybe a moving average that you like. In this case, though, I only have the VWAP. I'm not don't have a lot of indicators on my chart. I do have the VWAP. So again, you see something that's leading a race, certainly click on it, see what's happening with it. You see anything in this list, click on it, see what's happening with it. Okay, you don't have to wait for the race to be over. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. You can see this 12 is going to turn to 13. And so what those numbers beside the stock means is that Cells has won 13 races today. Obviously something to be followed all day long. The Gem has won 6, etc., all the way down to the 10th one, which has won 1 race. Okay. But any stock that has won a lot of races, I'd be following them all day long, seeing how they're setting up. If a stock has won a race before, it's in this list. Click on it, see what's happening. So here's a CUPR. Again, another one that's kind of hanging around the VWAP area. This could be something that you are interested in. And again, you see anything in this list right now, click on it, see what's happening. The Indy 418 could be interesting. Do I like it? No. Why? Because when I look left, for me, there's too much potential resistance. So I don't like it. I don't like it. Doesn't mean it's going to stop here, but that's just the way I look at things. If I when I look left and if I see anything that's close by to the current price, either on the daily or the weekly chart, I don't take the trade. Nah, so the web is not good, Doug Jane's trade. Okay, we don't support the web at all anymore. Now, 5 scans anyway. I'm not sure what limitation that is. 5 charts, perhaps, but not 5 scans. But at any rate, we're not supporting the web-based version. So the question is coming from our YouTube room. If you have a Mac, guys, I mean, you're going to be at disadvantage. I'll tell you that right now. The downloadable application is absolutely the way to go. It's way more powerful. We're not supporting the web-based version anymore. Some people with a Mac will, if they don't mind using Parallels or some emulation program. I know there are people at Trade Ideas who have Macs, and that's what they do. I know there are people in the trading room. That's what they do. Okay, so if you have a Mac, it's not a Mac-based program. Five scans. I've never seen that before. Okay. Anyway, even when the web-based version was supported, that you could only have 5 scans. I I can't even load the web-based version anymore. I don't even have a link for it anymore. So I'm very surprised you could only have 5 scans. 5 charts, yes, 5 charts, but not different scans. Not that I was ever aware of, but is this semantics? Are you talking scans or are you talking charts? Because yes, there was a limitation on the number of charts. So the cells is still hanging around, guys. I mean, I'm interested. I'm going to. I have it thumbnailed on my other monitor, so I am interested in it. But I'm not taking it yet. Yeah, I mean, we used to sort of support. Well, we used to support the web-based version a long time ago, Douglas, but not for the last. I don't even know, 1 year, 2 years. There's been no developments in it at all. We just basically do not support it. I've got it before I go into the race because the question has to be, if you're looking at this for the first time, well, why are these stocks showing up? But I don't want to lose sight of the come on of the cells. See, it's still the VWAP is still acting as support. We've got 1, 2, 3. These are 5-minute charts. So we've got 1, 2, 3 times it right now. Another minute or so for this, or less than 30 seconds for this one to close. So you can kind of see that the VWAP so far has been acting as support for cells. And of course, the high of the day was way up here. So there's a lot of room for it to run if it wants to, if it can really hold that VWAP and just get some volume coming in and pop it. All right. So close. Well, trying it, guys. Let's see if I don't want to see it go down below the VWAP. I think if it gets into the 60s, it might. It briefly did. Got to watch it, guys. I can't. That float is so low that I have to keep watching this. Boy, it's just hanging around that the VWAP still. Boy, this. I mean, I'm looking at this. I mean, I thought it was going to get halted. I mean, this is very strange. To hang. Guys, I bailed on it. I bailed on it. That sort of scared me a little bit because I mean, it didn't seem reasonable. I mean, I may be completely wrong. I may just pop from here, but I decided to bail on it. Give me a moment. See if I want to get back in. It just sort of, a stock that is that active, just sort of stuck at a certain price. Well, the volume is sort of solid, but you see how the volume bar, you see how the volume has been declining. I'd love to see a big volume bar push. Okay, I'm assuming you can turn off the trade ID as well. I'm not even sure you can. I don't know. Maybe. Um, Properties or chart style. Where are you? I don't know. I don't know. I never even thought about it. Turning off the logo. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not sure. No, well, you should have at least one in the filter. Profitable trades probably is checked, but you should still see one. Okay, okay. So I'm not sure why you're not seeing any. You're talking about. Make sure it's the right one. Okay. If you click on new from the toolbar, I'm talking about the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay, not the strategy window. The Premium AI Strategy Trades window. There are three. Well, three that start off with premium AI. So pick the middle one, okay? No, pick the middle one, the middle one, okay? If you pick the middle one, this is what you're going to see, something like this, the middle one, okay? Premium AI strategy trades window. Can you see what I'm pointing at? Okay. And when you do that, make uncheck the profitable trades. You're only going to see one right now. Okay. Uncheck it. The reason why is because, well, I got to go over this later. Just give me a moment because I'm, sales is just, hmm. Boy, this is just still hanging around the VWAP, the sales guys, the CEL. I thought maybe once it got into the 60s, it might run, but not yet anyway. Yeah, the pace you're talking about the symbol itself, but not the trade ideas, right? The opacity. That's what you're talking about, Pepe. So the watermark opacity. Oh, they are both affected? Okay. I wanted it to high because I really want to see the symbol. So if I do that, what happens? Well, the trade idea is, well, I don't even know. I don't know what happened there. Nothing happened. Or did I not? Well, nothing happened. You cannot activate them as an alert. Support and resistance, no. Now, what? No, are you talking what when you're talking about support and resistance? What are you talking about exactly? Where are you seeing that? Man, I'm missing out on this CUPR. You know what? I'm giving up on the sales. Well, giving up for a while anyway. I'm going to put a price alert in the 60s and see if it later on maybe. It's just maybe if it gets. I really thought it might start to run right around there, but all right, guys. So again, I've been interrupted on my explanation of the races. So let me talk a little bit more about it. Okay, why are these stocks showing up? Why are they different from these stocks? So if I right click in the top list or right click in the race, open top list window. Okay, all races start from a top list window. And here are the stocks that are in this top list window. And notice if I right click in the top list window, there's an option that says launch real time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. So why are these stocks showing up? Well, this is what I want to see. I right click configure and click on the summary. I want to see stocks between $1 and $50. Volume has to be at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. What I've done is I've sorted them on the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. That's that C%. That's the change from yesterday's close. So right at the very top here is the sells, 328%, CUPR, etc., all the way down this list. Okay. That's how a top list can still be used. Show me the stocks that are up the most today based on my filters. My filters meaning my price range, my minimum volume, and things like that. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. So here's the change from the close at 0% change, change from the open. If I double left click, so sells from its opening trade of the day is up 34%, all the way down. Just basically ranks them, sorts them. Okay, so that's the idea of a top list window. So what does the race do though? The race doesn't care. Wow. The race doesn't care where a stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is since the race started, what stock in the list of stocks has moved the most percentage-wise. So almost guaranteed, we're going to see these stocks, these ones up here, probably all day long. Why? Because, here's a stock, sells is trading 6,000 times normal up to this time of day in terms of volume. Okay. Cooper is 20 times, Haas is 124 times, etc. So, of course, these are stocks that are being followed all day long by traders all around the world. So that's why. But again, the race doesn't care about that. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. So there's nothing saying that Blaze has been a fairly active stock. BLZE, it's up 4.5% right now from yesterday's close. What if all of a sudden, like it just moved or maybe it dropped off? All of a sudden, it was up 5%, 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. How would you ever know that? Well, that's what the race does for you. It'll tell you the stock that is moving the most in the list of stocks. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So that's the idea of the race, okay? And you can, of course, create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, or you can take this one. I'm sharing this one, and you can adjust it for price range and whatever else you want to add. If you have any experience trading, might want to. You could add filters that you like to the top list window, and launch the race based on that. This top list window is quite different. You'll see here, for instance, crazy. CUPR, 15%. You're not typically going to see anything like that percentage-wise in this race. You will get the odd time where a stock has moved 1%, but typically you're never going to see something, well, never. Rarely you're going to see something that's moved 16% in this race. Why? Well, but a top 10 list is still built for you. I right click, open the top list, look at a few stocks. Now, this is a little interesting today. I mean, the market is up. Only 3 stocks are in this list. Now, that doesn't mean that these are going to be the same 3 stocks all day long. But remember how big this list was. Only 3 stocks are meeting the filter requirements in this list, or in this top list window. So what are they? So in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares, the same minimum, up 2% from yesterday's close. But these are the filters that are preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. So the position in days range, I have 95 here. What does that mean, min? If I put 100 here, that would mean that the stock is literally at the high of the day. So if I have 95, that means the stock is pretty close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Also, the float has to be at least 50 million. and the market cap has to be at least 500 million. Those three filters, these three filters right here, are not in this top list. So that's what is preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. But this is not a static list. As stocks meet the filter requirements, they'll come into the list, and as they stop meeting them, they'll drop from the list. Okay. So again, you can take that list, you can take that top list window, and you can adjust it to whatever you want in terms of a price range. Maybe you don't want that market cap. Maybe you want a bigger one, a smaller one. Maybe you want to add some filters. Go ahead. Okay, so CADL is kind of interesting to me. I mean, it's a little extended, but it's very strong. And it's leading this race right now. I mean, it's only I get it. Now, the fact that these only move maybe a certain percent doesn't mean they are bad to trade at all. In fact, if you were new to trading, I would probably concentrate more on a list like this. While these are wildly, exciting to be in if you get on the right side, but because they're typically for a stock to be up 14%, it's got to be a low float. And so consequently, they're more volatile. Yeah, they're wonderful if you get on the right side, but you have to be. So let's click on a few here. Let's click on the oust. Let's see what it's doing. So it's pulling back. Same idea. It doesn't mean, when it's in this list because it won three races, but look what it's doing now. It's coming back. Maybe it's going to get into the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP will hold it. Oh, yesterday in this trend reversal scan, MSTX was an awesome one on the long side. This is now looking as a short. Of course, this is the ETF for MSTR. All right, guys, I think I'm all caught up in questions. If there's a question that I did not answer, I apologize. Maybe just repost it. But I think I'm caught up in all the questions. So I am liking this CADL, guys. It's sort of basing a little bit here. Did it win a race? Yeah, it won that last race, I guess. I'm kind of liking it. I mean, it's got a lot of room, on the monthly chart, 1376. I'm sorry. Did I say that is not an all-time high? I made a mistake, but still, it's got some room. Looking at a monthly chart. I mean, these are, I mean, this MNTS, I mean, this is another one. This is coming from the bouncers toppers. Is it a bounce opportunity? Well, the next low looking left is around, well, it's way down there in the weekly chart. I mean, it still has room to run if it wants to on the way down, but I'm looking at these more as sustaining the direction after a little pop up. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right. And on the flip side of that, the VKTX, I mean, look at this. So I had a little pullback and then boom, VKTX, super strong. And I'm looking at the VWAP here, guys. So the VWAP sorry, the VWAP. I'm looking at the SPY coming into the VWAP, got a little bit below it, but came back into it. So maybe that's going to act as support. The one thing I can see about the sell is it's basing nicely now. I mean, it is really, really, that VWAP is really trying to act as support. Again, that purple line, that's what I'm talking about. You can see how, 1, 2, 3, kind of 4, even 5, 6. I mean, for the last 40 minutes or so. And just as I am talking about it, shoot. All right, guys, give me one moment. I will be right back. I mean, here's another one, guys, on the way down. I mean, these are running sort of, well, not sort of, they're running counter to the market. CTSH. Um, Let me go over this. To do this a little earlier, but better late than never, I guess. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar because this is a way in which some of you may use trade ideas. Okay, so I've clicked on New from the toolbar, then Docked channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Okay, I'm going to click on the Show More, and I'm going to the Sector Status channel. So what you're seeing here, so these are some of the sectors that we're following in this top list window. Right at the very top here, the semis. Semis are leading the charge right now. Silver is not bad, but semis are up 3.1%. And if I scroll down to the bottom here, the worst sector, and it's interesting because it was the top sector, I thought, no, it was not. It was the worst sector during the pre-market, and it still is. I mean, it's down 1.9%. You know what? That volume that I saw in the pre-market was wrong then. Because yeah, it's only 100, still doesn't trade very much. But anyway, that's a way in which at a glimpse or a glance, you can tell what is a strong sector of the day and what is a weak sector of the day. Okay, that's number one. Number two, we do have some of the sectors right here. And now here's how you can check to see, well, what is the strongest stock in a sector? What's the weakest stock in a sector? So you may have a couple of favorite sectors you want to follow all day long, or maybe on a day-to-day basis, you look at consumer staples. You look, wow, 94% of them are down. Okay, what's the worst one? HRL. Maybe find a way to trade that one. Energy, 50 energy is not interesting to me today. What I'm trying to do is here's another one. So Moderna. So in healthcare, 86% of the stocks that make up XLV are down for the day, but Moderna, for whatever reason, is up 2.7%. It's running counter to what the rest of its what the rest of its sector is doing. What's the worst one? Well, look at this ZBH. That's down 6.8%. SYK down 4%. Maybe find a way to trade them. Just take a look at the strong stock in a sector, a weak stock in a sector, and find a way to trade them. But it'll quickly identify. So that could be a way in which some of you use trade ideas. You'll just come to this channel every day and maybe find a way to trade some of these stocks that are, pick a couple of the sectors, take a look at the top stock, the worst stock, and find a way to trade them. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but it's an idea. Now you can also do something like this, and this goes for every single scan or something that you see within a channel. Okay, you might want to pop one of these out. For instance, the sectors. Okay, I have done that. I've popped it out. What do I mean by popped it out? If I right click in this, notice there's something that says duplicate into free floating window. If I click on that, popped on my other monitor, and here it is. It is free floating. Now you can take this and you can incorporate it as part of your layout. That's what I've done. At a glance, I like to, during the day, I do like to just at a glance see what the major sectors are doing. So I don't have to go into the channel to do that. So you could take this and now incorporate it as part of your layout. Or you could also do things like maybe you want to follow the financial sector and the retail sector every single day. Well, you could pop them out. And then what you can also do, I'm going to pop it out, duplicate it into a free floating window. So here are the financials. But now you can also customize it because sometimes you might not want to see stocks that are $113. Maybe you've got a price range you like. Because if you right click and configure, you see there's virtually no filters. So now here's where you can say, okay, I only want to see stocks in the financial sector, $1 to $50. Minimum have traded, say 200 or 500K. Okay, start off like that. Now you're customizing it. You're not going to see every single stock that you don't want to see. You won't see the stocks you don't want to see. Okay, and then you incorporate it as part of your layout. Now, if you stay in the channel and do all this, so let's just say you took this, you could do the same thing in the channel, customize it. The problem is that when you leave the channel and then come back, those changes are not saved. The reason they're not is because the channels are for everybody. So the fact you might want to make a change, to a price range or a minimum volume in a certain sector, that's not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay, so just remember that if you make a change while you're in the channel, sure, but the minute you leave and if you came back, those changes are not saved. So that's why the idea then is just maybe pop something out that you might really want to have as part of your layout, and that goes for anything you see in here in these channels. All right, guys, it's 11:11. So in about 50 minutes from now, 50, I'll be taking a break. And Andy Lindloff is actually going to take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay. When I take my break, before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Andy if you want to. And so for those of you new, Monday, Tuesday, not this week, of course, we've got a truncated week, but typically Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Wednesdays is a little more special. The CEO of Trade Ideas starts his own YouTube stream at noon. I don't know if he's going to do it this week because of the holidays and all, but we'll certainly find out. And it's your opportunity to ask the CEO questions. All right, guys. So, wow, the SpaceX has been pretty darn strong, hasn't it? I don't know if it's, I know it got added to the Russell, 1000 yesterday? So, last week's high, let's put a price alert there at last week's high and see if it does take that out. Remember, the two ETFs for SpaceX. So if you thought SpaceX was going to continue to move higher, or you just wanted to trade, something that's not quite as expensive as SpaceX, you could trade this one. Plenty of volume, 11 million shares have traded. Okay. This is a two-time ETF designed specifically for SpaceX. So remember, it's a two-timer. So what does that mean? It means that if SpaceX, the stock, moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. But remember, if SpaceX moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. But if you thought maybe it's running out of steam, give me a moment. Sorry, if you thought it was running out of steam, though, SSPC. If you thought that SpaceX, the stock, was going to start moving down, you could buy this one. Okay, this is the two-time ETF short. So what does that mean? That means that if you don't have to short the actual stock, you can actually buy this, because if the stock itself starts moving down, this will start moving up. But what is trading more? Okay, so Obi is saying there are some other ones. Let's just take a look at the SPACs. So that's 855,000. Looks like virtually the same price anyway. And SBCU, that's 1 million. Then how about the other? How about the one that was originally? Yeah. So I mean, if you're looking for this is the most liquid and good price. So I mean, personally, I would stick with this one, the SBCH. It is trading more volume. It was the first one developed, and the spread is fine. So. Okay, guys, how about this one? This little EYPT, just over the whole number, been very strong. Looking left, yeah, 1535. That's too close for me. 1535 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. So I'd like to see more room for it to run before it would hit that. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at some of these. I haven't really looked at any of the low float stocks today. So here's another one. Maybe it'll get going later. The PAVS, PAVS, another crazy low floater. Maybe it gets going if it can take out the VWAP. Needs some volume though. What do I think about CUPR? Did it win a race? Yes, it did. Won 5 races. So let's take a look at what it's doing. Well, I mean, the VWAP got relatively close to the VWAP, not that close though. I mean, there's the high of the day, 673. A little bit choppy for me right now. The weekly high, I mean, it's over that weekly high, of course, 735. Well, it's right there. The next high, look, I'm so on a weekly basis, it's got a ton of room, of course. 1487. On a daily basis, yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of room, lot of room. Looks like it's trying to take out that high again. So, I mean, when you look left, it's got a lot of room that it can run. Not saying it's going to run all the way to those highs, but certainly has a lot of room. See, Disney is showing up. Must be having not a good day. Disney not having a good day. And where's the next low for Disney on the weekly chart? The next low is 95.24, so pretty close. Well, looking left on a daily or a weekly or a monthly chart. Okay, so the CUPR, that's a great example of something that's got a lot of room. So look left on the daily chart. Look at the next. So this stock is at 776 right now. The next high on a daily chart is 1477. That's what I'm talking about. A lot of room. So if the next high in the daily chart had been, at $8, just a little bit above the current price, I would never take that trade. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade right now for it, but when I look left, it's got a lot of room to run before it hits that next high, which I would look at as the potential for it to if the next high had been $8, then I look at that thinking that's where it could stop for a while anyway. Okay, so that's what I mean. Then we got a lot of room to run if it wants to. It's got a ton of room. Now, if I couldn't see it on the daily chart, then I would look on the weekly, but it's the same. Okay, that's what I mean by a lot of room. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance as a reason for a stock not moving higher. A lot of other reasons why it might stop moving higher, but it won't be because it's running into chart resistance. Okay. William, I know it's not probably where you wanted it, but your CNXE is now making a little move here. You can kind of see if it gets over that 2121, it could have a little run. It had that big move to 2268. Yeah, that was on the way down. The NVCT was on the way down. Because it's the same principle. Okay, if you're going to short something, you want to look left and see, well, where could the resistance be or the support be? and yeah, 1743. So yeah, I mean, I just didn't. I sort of saw it, but I was just distracted. That's what I love to see. I mean, a stock that's got a lot of room to run in either direction just takes one reason why it won't keep running in that direction out of the equation, and that's chart resistance or support. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's why we saw it. NVCT. That's why I saw it earlier today because it was in the Holly AI. Yes. Well, guys, I'm bailing on the CADL. I basically flat. There's a situation where I had a little bit of profit, but I didn't take it. I was looking for a lot more. Okay, it popped up to 11:35. I could have taken it, got out with some profit. I just don't doesn't like the way it's trading right now. But if it gets back up to 11:26, I might retake that trade. And that was showing up here, of course. Well, who shorted? That's right, you trading RAM. Well, good for you. You had the resolve to hold on to your sells short. Who's your broker? You probably have Centerpoint or something like that, right? Because I know I didn't have shorts available, but it is still. I mean, it is still. Now look at the VWAP. The VWAP really changed a little. Well, actually didn't. It flattened out, so it came back into the VWAP again. Big pullback with the CUPR. And again, look at the float, guys. I mean, these sub 1 million share floats. I mean, they're becoming a lot more commonplace. But I mean, that's such a ridiculously low float, and that's why things can get up to 804 and then get yanked down to 685 just like that. I missed it. I missed getting my CNXC. Yeah, let's see if it pulls back. But if it pulls back, then it's probably not what I want anyway. If it pulls back a lot, but why would I? Unless they're trading a lot, Obi. But I mean, thank you for all the But it's amazing how many there are now. These are all ETFs now, specifically for SpaceX. But I think if I wanted to do it, I would just stick with the SPCH. I mean, it's got the biggest volume, good price, 2 times. Okay, guys, 11:26, so a little over half an hour. I'll be out of here for about an hour. Andy Lindloff will take over for me in our YouTube room. So the GVH just popped. This is the don't repeat version of the trend reversals. Okay. So, what this allows me to do is to go back in time and say, okay, here's the first alert we had was the sells at 935. There was the price. What did it do from there? Okay. And that's what so you can see right there the GVH 936, 435. Right now, we're a dollar above that. I'm not saying you'd hold it all day or anything like that, but that is the idea behind the don't repeat version. What you have is the repeating version, okay? And I have it also. If you want to understand how to create the don't repeat version, let me know. Well, you probably want to have high alert set up. Well, you want to have lows then. I mean, I don't know. It's the high of the day or something. Just do the reverse. I mean, it doesn't mean that just because those stocks that are moving higher, I mean, they could end up being shorts for you because they're, too extended, but a new low. I mean, just switch it to a new low. But that doesn't necessarily mean that just because it hits a new low that you're going to hop into a short. It just means it's a weak stock. But some of these ones that are moving higher could also turn into be shorts. It's up to you. You got to have a bit of trading experience. You also have very little information there. This is looks like a top list window, or maybe not. I don't know what it. Hard for me to know what window that is. I guess it is. Must be a real time alert window with a new high of the day, right? So, but you could also have one that says new low of the day. Doesn't mean it's necessarily 100% a short though, just because the stock is making a new low of the day. Yeah. So I mean, if you want to see stocks making new lows of the day, then just use the new low of the day real time alert. MYE, Myers Industry. This is an all time high, guys. All time high. Big, well, it's had a nice month. $21 up to $34 this month. Great month. What do they do? Manufacture and trade of polymer products. Okay. I mean, I've never heard of them before. Maybe I have, but certainly not. I don't see them very often. So yeah, the NIQ just showed up, and let's see what sort of room it's got. Well, it's got a little bit of room, 951. I would never take this trade unless it got over 9, number one. A little bit of room on the weekly chart, 951 or so is the next high. Volume is okay. Am I in this development version, Pepe? Because I can't seem to, not that I want to, but I can't seem to, this doesn't, my opacity does not seem to be affected at all. I do this down to 0. I say okay, but still the same. I'm not that I want to. And this is the non-browser chart. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be affected at all. Okay, how do you get it? Oh, I see. Okay. I got it. Okay. So how to get the wave on the chart, okay? So please listen carefully, and anybody else who wants the wave on the chart. First thing that you have to do is I'm going to duplicate this window, make it big so be obvious what I'm doing. First thing you have to do, you take your chart, any doesn't matter what time frame, okay? Right click and you have to check use browser interface. Use browser interface. Now, if it's already checked, don't. This is just a toggle on and off, so don't check it. Just check to see if it's checked. If it's already checked, then don't. Because this is just a toggle on and off. Okay, use browser interface. Now, the wave showed up for me because I had done it before. Okay, but it should not. If you've never used the wave before, it should not be showing up. So when you do that, hopefully, and it depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're using, I'm going to point. You see, there's a little anchor icon up here. To the left of it is the or are the indicator icon is the indicator icon. So hopefully now, if you don't have the indicator icon, depending on the version of Trade Ideas you're using, you might have something that says FX. FX. Okay. But you do have the okay, good. So, but for others who might be listening saying, well, I don't have that icon. Now, the other reason you may not see the icons, your chart has to be a certain size. Okay. Notice when I really shrunk it, or if I do this, the icons can disappear. See, they disappear. So your chart has to be a certain size. So in order to see the icons, like all these icons. So you left click on that indicator icon, left click on it, and one of the options is TI wave. Okay, so when you click on TI wave, your wave is going to show up. Now, the reason why it just disappeared for me, because again, that is a toggle on and off. So again, I'll click on TI wave and now it'll come back. Okay, and that's it. That's how you activate the wave on your chart. And if you want to know more about the wave, I'll direct you to the channel. Okay, so that work? Okay. So you want to find out more about the wave though, click on new and then click on dock to channel bar. And then if you find the Ripster Rippers channel, yeah, Ripster Rippers channel, click on that. And when you do that, there's going to be a video that pops up. You probably hear it. Okay, at least it automatically activated for me anyway. Here's the video, and that is going to give you a big explanation about what the trade wave is all about. Okay. Now, if you don't see the video, I can see it, obviously. It's possible it showed up behind your channel, okay, and disappeared. If you have if you have other windows, other monitors, it's possible it's on another monitor, but you just have to find it, okay. And then it's about a 5-minute long video, and that will basically tell you what the concept of the wave is all about, okay. Okay, so EHGO did a financing intraday, okay. Yeah, love those. So how I use the wave is helps me to keep in a trade longer than I ever used to. Because what happens is I will follow that wave. So if I'm long, I want to see a blue wave. I don't, it's not a matter of am I seeing a buy or a sell flag. Ultimately, maybe one day, we'll be able to create your own, you'll be able to create your own scans. And when you get a buy or a sell flag, you'll get a real-time alert when that happens. My screen is blank. What do you mean by that? I'm not sharing anymore. Okay, is that for everybody or just you? Because I haven't changed anything. Okay, so it's on your end, so you better do a refresh. Okay, it's on your end. I haven't changed anything, so do a refresh and because I haven't changed anything and nobody else is saying the same thing that I'm not sharing. So sometimes I know the screen sharing disappears, but I can tell my icon is on and everything looks good on my end. So it's got to be on your end. Look at the LGCL romping here now, guys. So there's the EHGO resuming after the big crash down, okay, and the financing. Oh God, is it really? And you know what? It's interesting. SDOT did not win one race here. Low float. 652,000 in the float. Guys, you know what? You know what's starting to drift down is SpaceX. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. As SpaceX, the stock, starts moving down, and you thought, maybe it's going to run out of steam for a while, you could buy this. This is the ETF designed, the short ETF, so you could buy this if you thought that SpaceX was going to continue its move down. Now here's the VWAP up here, so there's plenty of room. So this again, just in case people are still a little confused about what I'm talking about, the look at the SpaceX. You see how SpaceX is now starting to move down, and this is moving up. So this is the short. So if you didn't want to short the stock, you're not, you're not don't maybe understand shorting, or you just, well, you don't want to short $170 stock. You could buy this $10 stock, and you'll get double the move. So if this keeps moving, but you see what's happening, it's popping up a little bit again, getting back to the 170 mark. Nobody's saying it's going to keep moving down, but that's what you have to keep an eye on. Okay. All right, guys, about 15 minutes. I'll be taking my break. Andy Lindloff will take over for me in our YouTube room. So in the afternoon, what I'll do is I might even take some suggestions from the crowd about creating some scans using the AI assistant, or I'll just do some on my own just to show you how it's going to work. This is not available for you yet. I think you still have, if you click on new, you still have your Chat GPT. This is just call a little more like a more friendly version. I don't know if you could speak into the mic for this one, not this one, but your Chat GPT. But I can actually speak into my mic, and I can create a scan. It just listens to me and it creates the scan. Also automatically creates the link for me and puts it into a doc, but it's not available for you guys yet. Yeah, so you see the SBCX starting to, it looked like 170 is holding. So fuel cell is interesting now. I mean, it had the massive moves almost straight up before it had the pullback, but it's basing now. So what's going to happen? I mean, what's going to happen? Is this base going to hold and then going to have another run, or is it going to take a run at the VWAP underneath here, about instead of about less, little less than $1 away? Is it going to take a run at the VWAP? I see LGCL came out of its halt. Wow, it looks like it's going to get halted again. So I mean, the next high looking left is getting closer. There's on the weekly chart, same as the daily. What do these guys do again? Technology driven online agent centric human capital management service company. Or did they mean to say agentic? Out of China, not a low float, 37 million, not high, of course, but not low, and just got halted again. I mean, NIQ has sort of some room, but I don't know. It just doesn't look like it's dynamic enough. Is Cooper? I don't think so. I don't think it's halted. Let's see. I mean, I can just check. Must have won a race before? And the answer is no, it's not halted. But it's at the VWAP. CUPR you're talking about, not halted. Almost got right up to, well, got up to a little over $8, but a big pullback, low float, Singapore. You're looking for any news on it? Probably you've seen nothing. Well, for it, it's not moving, but it is, it is trading, so it is not halted. Well, when you say it's not moving, you don't mean, I mean, for it, I mean, the fact that it's been so active, it looks like it's sort of stuck, but it is not. It is still trading. You mean it literally was not moving on your chart? Oh, I see. I thought you meant something else. It was not moving on your chart? Because remember, it really wasn't moving much. Well, guys, 11:51. So in about 9 minutes from now, I'll be taking a break. So if you have any questions before I do take my break, and you'll take over from me in our YouTube room. I think somebody a little while ago said that 10B was holding the VWAP, and yes, it was. Yes, it did. 35.81. Nice. Not a bad little move, a dollar move. Now, the reason you're not seeing S dot here now, crazy. Well, I thought you said 80. I thought you said it was around $80. I have a price. I have a price max. I think here of 50. I think. Yeah, 1 in 50. So S dot will not show up here anymore unless it drops down below, which it has. Of course, I could raise the price range. So why did you say S dot around 80? Just out of curiosity. Just all right, guys. Well, let's see. Anything in these large cap stocks? The CADL I thought was going to, I had a little bit of profit in it. I didn't take it. So the alms, okay, let's take a look at alms. It's just over the whole number. And okay, the next high looking left, too close, 28.40. Too close for me. Oh, that's okay, Juan. That's okay. I just wanted to make sure. I thought, man, I mean, even at 48, that's crazy. TSM, big sell-off on the news. Okay, that is Tyson, right? Oh, no, it's Taiwan. Sorry, not TSN is the Tyson. Oh, I was right. TSN is Tyson. Administration plans to pay smaller meat packers to keep slaughtering. Okay, there's a good headline. Trying to reduce the price of meat or something. Well, let's see. Fuel cell did it. Well, I don't know about being long now because I mean, right now it's still basing. I'm just Blizzardo in our YouTube room. It's just kind of basing right now. To me, I mean, it could look if you want to go long, go ahead, but it's right. It's kind of basing right now, and the volume is dwindled. I personally, I would probably wait to see if it had a pop out of this consolidation, but it's up to you. I'm not trying to tell you not to do it. Okay, guys, I better put my announcement in. I'm not gone yet, but as soon as Andy shows up in our YouTube room on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Now, here's the CADL. Do I want to take it now? And before I obviously go, I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room. Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in our YouTube room. Andy from Trade Ideas. He's more of a swing trader than I am, which isn't not hard to do because I'm not a swing trader at all. The NIQ is just sort of inching its way up, isn't it? to make up my make a decision on the CADL right now. So the NIQ, I mean, I guess it did have enough room. I thought it didn't have this much room. I mean, 950. I mean, that wouldn't be bad if it got anywhere close to it. That's on the weekly chart, looking left. Took too long to make up my mind about the CADL. Also, I'm going to be taking a break, and I have to leave my computer for a couple of minutes anyway. So, don't want to be even though this is a large cap stock, or the CADL is a large cap stock, can still have some froth in it. So, and right, winning this race, leading this race, should say. How's the rare doing? But you can see in this race here, I mean, these are just strong stocks, not necessarily running away, but they're just strong stocks near the high of the day. And, typically when you look at a CELZ, you're just not going to get big candles like this or bars like this in these stocks. So I would pick one that does have, but seriously, you're just not going. Now, there's a real interesting one. What if the VWAP holds it? The VWAP looks like it's around 60, call it $60. What if it's coming into the VWAP? What if it holds it? Acts as support. This has been a really active stock. Yesterday had a great day in that, look what it did. It got started at 43 and it closed at 54 right at the high of the day. This is a nice second day continuation. But it is starting to fade a little bit right now. Will the VWAP hold it? All right, I heard a little pop. I think Andy's in our YouTube room right now. So guys, in our main room, I'll see you in about 1 hour from now. And now I can welcome Mr. Soccer.
I tell you what, I have been Mr. Soccer lately, man.
Did you watch the that Morocco Netherlands game?
Yes, wow. Wasn't that great? Yeah,
that was great. I mean, that was really, really great. I mean, to score when they did so late on that great header, and then, but all the, I'm seeing many more. It used to be automatic. These penalty kicks almost automatic.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I almost think it's 50-50. I mean, I don't know what the pure stats are, but it just seems like these guys are just missing way more than they ever used to.
I know. I could not believe how many times they hit the post last night.
Hit the post. Or what about the guy who missed by about 3 feet? He missed by about 3 feet to the left on the ground. I mean, and he's hanging his head in shame. But man, that was something else. That was really something else. So of course I was interested because that's who Canada is going to play now. So on Saturday. So anyway, it's been interesting.
That's right. I did see that. Yeah. And I guess we have US tonight, right? Is that?
I think you play. Who do you play?
Is it tonight?
Bosnia. I think you play Bosnia, right?
Yeah. Yes. That is correct. That is
all correct. Games are tough. All games are tough.
Man.
I don't care. It doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of parity, even on the nations. I mean, look at Paraguay beating Germany. I mean, there's just parity all over the place now. So
there really is.
There's hope for Canada and the United States. I doubt
maybe it. Maybe so. Yeah. Well, hey, listen, we come this far, so
exactly.
Who knows?
Okay, Andy, and I guess we've I guess people want to talk stock in the YouTube room, so I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
Okay.
Have a good break. Bye-bye. Hello, traders. Welcome to my desktop. This is the support webinar. My name is Andy. If we haven't met, and next hour, I'll be taking over. And if you do have any questions about the software, be sure to hit me up. I see Pepe's in here today. Otherwise, we will definitely talk stocks and we will definitely talk markets. And I'll go over my current positions, which is kind of a lot of them, but we'll talk about that as well. Hey, Peppy. Let's take a look real quick while we're waiting for anybody who may have a question. Let's take a look. It's always good to take a look at the major indices. We did pop back above the 10 and the 20 period moving average in the Qs there. Spies, let's take a look. They were below. Let's see if they've made a recovery of the. Yes, they have. And IWM, which has kind of been the strongest lately, is just kind of is lackluster today, 0.22%, but uh, probably because see, it looks like more people are kind of jumping back into some technology today. If you look on my blotter, you're going to see a lot of China. I just feel like there was some really nice moves the other day. If you just focus on K Web, you kind of had a green bar, reversal there. I think there was a few other ones. PDD, of course, PDD has been languishing since, but that was a beautiful uh, green bar reversal. Close to multi-year lows. So it is definitely on multi-year lows. Sometimes when you get that, that can definitely indicate a bottoming pattern. And I'm going to try to hang on to all of these because this is the end of quarter and you will have some reallocation going in probably into the next quarter. And I'm thinking maybe some money will funnel into the China markets. It's what I'm hoping for anyway, because uh, I'm not selling. TENB, Mohammed asks. Nice move. Definitely has had a nice move. Now it's been 3 days. It's gone from almost 10 points. We call it 9 points. In 3 days. So I don't know if you're currently. Yes, I saw that Trader 77. I'll have to turn that on. uh, I don't know if you have a position, Mohammed. This is not something that I chase. That doesn't mean the momentum cannot continue. It just went to highs again. There's definitely some momentum behind the stock, some relative volume. You got over 3 relative volume. Let's stretch it out and take a look at the weekly time frame. And you're running right into your weekly 200-day moving average. So personally, if this is something I was in, I'd probably peel some off here just because you had a really nice move and you're going straight into the 200-day moving average. And if you look at the weekly, you're kind of in a downtrend. Now, looks like that downtrend is in the midst of trying to be broken. Uh, excuse me. So that's strong. If it can get through that 200-day moving average, yeah, this could have a nice run. But I typically after a move like it's had over the last couple of weeks, you're going to get some either a pullback or at least some consolidation. But definitely strong. Yeah, definitely a powerful chart with some decent volume over the last 3 days. I kind of got a refreshing course this morning on why I never trade solars. This thing has just been so nasty. Got a decent price. Thought I'd bounced up and then got caught in that. And yeah, it's just the nature of these things. I've seen this ENPH came out, had some pretty decent news this morning, and they will trade like this, and the next following day they will just rip and trade go up to 60. It's just kind of stupid trading. You're welcome, Mohammed. Yeah, if you're not in it, I would definitely personally, I would either look for a pullback or at least look for some consolidation over a few days, and then maybe it'll go up from there. But uh, So some stocks, been in this angst for. It's had a nice. There's very similar to what you're experiencing there, Mohammed. This is a stock that's had a really beautiful move here from below $3 all the way to 370. Uh, Baba is definitely trying, definitely being bid over the last 3 days. Nothing like we've seen, through this span. So hopefully, I'm hoping we've seen the worst in that Alibaba. See, I'm also in JD, K-Web. I had so many other China stocks that I kind of scalped some of that, most of that today, and I'll because it ran right into its 10 period moving average. But one I may, if it does pull back, add a little bit at a time. Neo's fighting this uh, $5 psychological level. You can see I've scalped a lot of that out. Just kind of a small position now. Nvidia, I jumped in yesterday, uh, pretty much at rock bottom. I mean, at the 200 or a little bit below. And guess what I'm really good at is Intel. Is I caught Intel yesterday right at the bottom, and of course I already sold it. I'm good at doing that. Great on my entries, not so good on my exits. But sometimes when you have a whole lot of position, I take it saying, "Hey, I'm just looking for a scalp here. The stock, has been having trouble. Since it's put in this high over here, it's kind of a downward trend. But look at it, trying to go back to multi-year highs." But I did, let's see, keep some of the Nvidia. Did add a little bit this morning, and can't get too aggressive on this one. It's definitely in a downtrend, below its 10, 20, and its 50. PDD I bought this morning, just small size on a drive down. Actually, I think it was pre-market plug. Steve Brian Shannon tipped us on off on this one this morning, to one to watch. Scalped half of it. Cedo I've been in for a few days. Caught that pretty close to the bottom there on that day off the 200-day moving average. And Tesla, I actually have more shares than I have here, just because I got filled in my account, and I didn't get filled in here, and I wasn't going to chase it and ruin my average. But Tesla going right up against its 200-day moving average, definitely a pivot level here at the 420 level. If you can get through that, now this could be off to the races. Oh, and I grabbed yesterday. I had an alert. It's always good to set alert, if it breaks through. Got it at 60, actually 63 in my account, 64 in this one. And oh yeah, KC, bought yesterday, added to it. See, I scalped some, but then I added back in it today. One to keep an eye on. This thing can really, when it gets going, it can really get going. So if the China does get to rolling, possibly tomorrow, maybe even today. Yeah, keep an eye on that one. That one can really move. Trying to think if there's any China stocks. Oh, this Qfin. It's actually probably one of the nicest of the charts. Been holding up. You can see this one bottomed out, over a month ago, and it's been holding up pretty well. I think this thing's just kind of going to frustrate, probably close right at its moving averages. Uh, The scans I run, good question. I will show you. I do my homework. I have a homework doc, and it gives me a ton of ideas. And I'll just pull it up and show it to you. And these are basically just scans that are looking for stocks that are setting up on the daily chart. You know, kind of like this OCC. You can see it's had a nice pullback after a run after earnings, pulled back above its moving averages now, setting up for a possible move. Bert, it's not gonna show you stocks running on momentum that's run for 3 or 4 days. These scans are set up for strong stocks that pulled back and are setting up by using a different position and ranges. I use a ton of position and ranges when I'm creating these things, and uh, can just point you out to a hey, keep an eye on this one, like this wolf here, just a huge short float, and poking its head above about a what 6-day high there, trying to get through its 20 period moving average. The most important part of a trade is the entry, and these scans can give you some really good entries. That's why I can afford to be dumb and sell stocks too quick. But anyway, I don't know if you have the software, but I'll drop it in there if you want to. I don't mind sharing these things. We all share our scans if you want them here at Trade Ideas. And these are you'll see some stocks like this Vert. You'll see them in different scans. They're just slight differences in these scans. Although this one you'll find some really good ideas. You'll find some deeper pullbacks in this one, but the stocks all have to be above the 50 period moving average. So this is a really good one as well. But let me drop it in here. And what I'll do is each night I'll spend about 45 minutes to an hour, and I will go through all these. And then what I'll do in the morning, I will go through and put it on real time. Just the sweetness, I'll put it on real time to catch anything in the morning that may be setting up for a move that wasn't on the scan today. And then of course I have my favorite stocks that I like to keep an eye on, so I'll go through all those as well. See, there's a great example. Stock pulled back, bouncing off its 20. This thing pops back above, this 2-day high here. I definitely would be interested in taking that. So just a way when, I know as a trader, I've been doing it for, geez, 28 years. So many traders just come in blind in the morning. They have no idea what they want to trade, what they're looking for. They start looking at all their scans, and they're not prepared, and this is a way to come in and be prepared. And then what I do is I drop, I have a list, that I keep an eye on. I drop like my favorite ones into this list, and and you guys have access to this too. If you just go to, uh, let's see. Oh, I think it's no. There it is. No, it's on the docked window. It's on the docked channel bar. So if you go to new and you pull up the docked channel bar and scroll down, I don't know why they hide me. You just click on Trader's Eye. So you can also view these in a channel if you will, if you like. You can drew them in a look at them in a top list in a race. I'm hoping this SYM. I called it yesterday. It was the top pick on the eye, and I like the way this thing had kind of bottomed out. If you look on a weekly uh, time frame, you're going to see that this has ton of support around this $40 level. Major pivot, that $40 level. So that's what I was liking. It was actually forming a kind of a bottoming formation uh, at at that $40 level. Went down, popped back up sideways. Now it's above its 200, above this range. If you can get above this, gosh, back above 40, 45, which it looks like it may want to do. Gosh, I just almost just want this off my screen. I do have a pretty tight stop for half of it if it breaks down back below that 5-day moving average. Sorry, just putting in making sure my stops are in. MU long. I was just looking at that. Yeah, yeah, I could definitely see your reasoning for that. Nice little bottoming tail off the 20 period moving average. I need to put alert there because if it gets through there, may want to add a little more. One thing about having I added a little bit this morning as I hate when you have a really good price, to you keep adding and of course your average price goes up along with it. But so you kind of got to tighten your stop. All right, let's fire up some races. Do want to make a quick look at some stocks. Uh, Boy, the nano nukes can't get anything going with this market. Same can be said about the quants. They're really kind of languishing. So that idea I got from hopefully some of you guys follow the eye caught that CHYM. Now it was such a huge move. I went ahead and just scalped it. Uh, but I'm looking if it does pull back anywhere around this 19. Oh gosh, it got close. Especially if it pulls back to that 50, I may add. But anyway, I found this off a race, so RIVN. It's getting cheap stock poking its head. A few cheap stocks in there having a decent move. Do have to set alert that thing. Does get above the 420 level. What's that poet doing? Not a whole lot. Yes, Michael, can you not hear me? ASTS coming through Sperry's. I am not in AMC. I noticed a big gap down the other day. Typically on a gap down like that, I don't even, well, I didn't look at I shouldn't say I don't even look at news. Sometimes I do, but uh, typically when you have a strong chart like that and you get this nasty gap down, it takes a while to work itself out. I'm not even sure what the news were, but that's anytime you have a beautiful move like that, just losing all of its gains in one day, it just disheartening. I typically not put a stop, put a alert. Maybe if it does take out the range high there around 230, but no, no, not in that one. Don't see any reason right now that it's definitely in no man's land. Uh, it was dilution. Was dilution. Okay, I got you. Dilution. Yeah, for whatever reason, I don't. I try not to argue with stop with charts, and it's just telling me right now. If it can hang out above that, I mean, get back above that $2 level and hang out for a while, stay above the 50. I don't see any reason. Uh, when I'm buying stocks, I try not to buy in no man's land. Although sometimes, if I have a gut feeling, I will cheat and do it. Either I'm buying, breakouts, or I'm buying on, support. And you're just you're almost guessing when it's in no man's land like this. Clean. Now it is end of quarter, right? So we talked about that earlier. So you might see some nice little window dressing. Nvidia could definitely be one to watch. Semis have been really, really hot. This and I can see going up to that 10 period moving average, basically around the 20150 level. But window dressing doesn't seem anything like it used to be way back in the day. It seemed like you used to get some really good moves. I think a lot of this stuff goes on even, way before. Gosh, that was a nice move. TE was on the eye today with the buy trigger at 922. Check out this real quick. This DNA, he put you alert up there. That would be if you break out through this. I call it 10. See what I have today, 1065 level. Today just wasn't a day. Just wanted to back up. And these data centers have really gotten tired. They're just not doing anything. Wolf was one of the hottest ones. It's just seems like they are getting tired. Okay, time to lower. Save my lower back. BBAI is actually coming through the race, but running right to its 10 period moving average. I love the chart in this Prudential. I mean, even though it's boring financial, I love the way it's setting up. This is one that if you do see some major tech selling going on, like the semis get hit again, this is probably one that's probably going to pop and rip. All right, let's see. First Solar is getting a little lift here, and I just noticed this ENPH is trying to go back positive. I forgot how nasty that thing can be. Okay, so poke your head back above that 10 and don't fall back. So trying to look for an hour high here. If we can get above 40, 49.11. Sound will have a goofy move here pretty soon, I bet you. If BBI, they tend to like follow each other. If BBAI can pop above that 10, I may play this sound for a little sympathy place. Kind of sticking his little turtle head up right here. I mean, nothing pretty about the chart. It would just be kind of a sympathy play. Oil up for this thing to rip the highs after frustrating a lot of people out. But man, I wish I would have bought that. It's got a downtrend. I'm not going to draw it, but you can see it right here. So if it, man, if it gets up and takes out that $10 level, yeah, I just looked at that real quick. It's definitely, I saw it on the race. Definitely strong. It's just incredible move post earnings, and but for me, it's yeah, it's great if you're in it. It's nothing I'd buy, after four green bars like that. Now, what I would do anytime I'm looking over here and I can't see anything, I'm actually going to put this like on a monthly chart and see what we're looking at here. And look at there, running right into its monthly 200-day moving average. And you got a lot of kind of resistance right around this level. So definitely not something I'd buy here. If I was long, I would definitely probably be selling some here. But uh yeah, who knows? But definitely strong. I don't know what they're doing now, but they got something going on. look for like stocks with information. I don't know what the catch is there. Maybe it's just they have tons of data that they can monetize. But you're seeing a lot of that with some of these stocks. A lot of these wireless companies, same way. Okay, let's take a look. QB. Wait, that's China. There we go. Yeah, on a monthly still. Yeah, if INLQ can pop, through those two moving averages there, it's got the 50 and the 10. Definitely one to keep an eye on. Plug looks like it's trying to go to highs. All right, ENPH, if it can go and get through, boy, this level right here, I think it would go back to, well, there's no resistance if it does get through that level to go to highs. That would be a big ask, but seeing a lot of energy going. And EMPH did have some data center news today. I can't remember if it's like uh, somebody help me out if they know some sort of partnership with providing some data center power. But I just scan news. I don't try to get too much involved in it. Then you start getting an idea of what the stock should do instead of just playing the charts. I'm not smart enough to figure that out anyway. I did buy some sound at. I know the chart. Nothing about the chart. That I bought it at 644. That looks. But I'm just playing it kind of a sympathy on this BBAI going to highs here and trying to poke through. Plus, I asked Grok and Chat GPT the other day, both of them, to give me some good spec plays to earn some, for a nice move. They both gave me BBAI and SoundHound in the AI sector. And of course, these are just spec plays, so they weren't giving me the best of breed by no means. Plus, if you watch the stocks, there's some stocks, and you're looking at I mean, you're definitely buying this thing on multi. Yeah, it's definitely a pivot level. The $6 level, 620, whatever. Great question, Stellar. Uh, yeah, I think it's messing up the markets, honestly. Especially the openings. I can't tell you how many times I come in, and I'll have a nice gap and see some really nice profits, and they will be gone in like 2 minutes. They just jam everything down. So I think you get a lot of action, at the open. Uh, as a matter of fact, I'm getting to the point where I just take some profits before the market even opens. If it's a gap up, and everything's gapping up, because I know they're going to slam it down. I can't tell you last time. You just don't see too many gap and goes anymore. I mean, without first driving down. The cues are definitely looking strong. But yeah, you get some weird action. A lot of those algos are on the very very short time frame. So if you're like me and you're swing trading, it shouldn't affect you that much. But I have two accounts that I trade. Right, I have my account and then I have my wife's kind of IRA that I trade. And with hers this year, I've been taking far less positions, usually only about two or three positions at most, and definitely taking profits when I have them. Seeing decent profits, I just take them, pound them out. Uh, Basically, I don't want to call it scalping because I'm not day trading or anything like that. But I like to call it sway trading, where I enter a stock with a good position and always banging out, half if I get 5, 7, or 8%, and then the rest of it I'm usually taking, after 2 days maybe. And her account is killing me. uh yeah, in her account I'm up like probably 48% on the year. So it's crushing me. Um, but it's a smaller account, so it's easier to do. You can't take as many positions, and I'm just kind of applying a lot of my day trading skills that I had for 17 years that I used, and where I'm just making sure I get really good entries and I'm quick to take profits, and then may let some run for a day, 2 days, 3 days, depends. Uh, like right now, I got her in. Now this one I've been in for almost hers. I got her in JD that I bought it 2503, and yeah, if I get a move in this thing, yeah, I'm probably gonna pound it out pretty quick. So getting back to your point, I think the action, what it can cause for swing traders is to pound out stocks really quick. like this ENPH, for example. That's I was lucky that I didn't. Uh, I had to go down and feed my dog, let my dog out or something like that, and I was in it. And typically, I would put a stop, pretty tight in this, and because if it broke, through those moving average of 50, and I was lucky. I just went down there real quick, and I came back, and I was like, oh no, I forgot to put a stop in. And then of course it pounces back up. But no, that's what happens a lot of times. You get these just nasty moves for no reason at all. These jam downs, and I've seen them where it's not only on the open. I see it like uh, around around this time. You'll get these stocks. They'll take them and just I don't know what if algos. I think it's some coordinated BS going on, honestly, with market makers, but I can't ever prove that. Yeah, DJT Steve jumps in and out of that one a lot. Uh, Maybe that $7 was the is the low. We'll see. Rum got me the other day on this day right here. I mean, luckily I didn't fight it and got out. But another data center news. Everybody wants to have a data center now, and I think that's why you're seeing a lot of these stocks like Wolf, uh, Keel. Keel was a hot stock for a while, but it can't get going again. Let's see what the Mara's doing. Yeah, kind of same thing. I think they're kind of this data center stuff is kind of wearing off. Okay, something's working. Tesla's working. China's starting to seeing some of those stocks perk up because the Qs keep going higher. Wow, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. A lot of them are coming to Texas too, and we're not going to have the water to. So maybe some of these solar companies will get involved. Yeah, I don't either, but I guess China got some pretty cool stuff going on. I really kind of not following it. Hey Jay, how you doing? No, I don't know enough about World Cup to be betting on that. I'm not that much of a, ever since I started trading, I'm not much of a betting man outside of the stock market. I used to be in my youth. I used to bet on sports all the time. Seeing Adam come through, a little semi. Ooh, AI is actually coming through. Interesting. That may get sound going as well. What's PLTR doing? Yeah, PLTR is getting a little on highs, getting a little bounce. I added to that sound hound. Got BBAI is up 3.2%. Still trying to poke through the 10 period 71. So right at the 10 period moving average. CSIQ is getting a little pop. What's that JKS? It's been beaten up bad. Another one that's been beaten up bad. Ugh. Brutal. They're probably good buys down here, but yes, you did have a nice little pop there in QPTS. I see Oklo and SMAR getting a little bounce. Sound is finally at highs. Mr. Barry.
I'm here. Are you still
Yes,
there? Are you
I
still
am.
there? You are. Okay. So it's interesting. I was reading a little. Well, not. I was. Somebody was asking about AI data centers in your chat area.
Hmm.
I don't know if it's the same thing happening in your country, but certainly in our country. You remember how nobody wants a garbage dump built in their backyard?
Right.
And and then the NIMBY, not my backyard. These AI data centers are now. I mean, they're not. It's not quite like garbage dumps, but they're almost like they're protests that are popping
Yes.
up around our country anyway,
Yeah.
because of all the power and water that is
Yeah.
necessary. And believe it or not, in Vancouver, even though everybody thinks Vancouver is rainy and all, it is rainy in the rainy season. But we go through a drought sort of in the summer. So we can't water our lawns in the
Wow.
summer, believe it or not.
Wow.
And
Oh
now, of
man.
course, they're talking about, well, we're going to put a data center in Vancouver, drawing more water
Oh yes.
away. And so it's amazing. I mean,
Yeah.
these are so it's the same thing in your country. I mean, the same thing is
Yeah,
kind of
absolutely. As a
happening.
matter of fact, I saw a article yesterday talking about this. So because so many of them are coming to Texas and because of our tax benefits and stuff. And
Hmm.
yeah, we don't have the water to supply. I mean, we get lots of water, but not we
Not
get
enough.
no, no, not to
I
supply
mean,
that all that stuff.
yeah. So it's interesting, though. I mean, I
Yeah.
never really thought of it like that. Oh, I hate AI identity. When we first started thinking about these things 2 or 3 years ago, when they were just like one or two, and now that there's cropping up everywhere, or they want to be cropped, people want to start building them. Yeah, I mean, there's a problem. There's a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
So anyway, I thought that was
Yep.
kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, anytime you have a major breakthrough, yeah, in technology, something like that, there's always going to be some side effects.
Well, this is a big one, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
water and
Yeah.
power. I mean,
Yeah.
we're not just talking about, oh well, no beer on the fridge
No.
in the store. We're talking about water and power. So
Mhm.
that's a bit different. Anyway, my friend, I'll let you
All
go.
right,
Are
buddy.
you doing double duty on? Oh no, Friday's a
Nope.
holiday for you
That's
guys.
why.
Yeah,
Yeah. So that's why I jumped in
and me
today.
too. And me too. I'll be an American for a day. Okay.
All right, Barry. All right. Have a
Okay.
good one, man. You
Okay.
guys have a good one. Have a great weekend. Have a great fourth. We'll see you next week. Bye bye.
Hey guys, just waiting for Andy to take off so I can regain the screen. There we go. Or reclaim the screen. All right, guys, back in both rooms. Just give me a moment as I get my music going and get home stretch, guys. So, as always, I usually take off sometime around 2 o'clock, but I'll always say later if there are questions. So, I usually say between 2 and 2:30, but always say later if there are questions. Yeah, I was watching that CUPR and it had like an amazing run from 738 all the way up to 827 in a heartbeat and then right back down. Why? Well, look at the float. So I'm saying, it's wonderful to be on the right side when you're on the right side of these ones, these low float situations. But boy, you've got to be awfully nimble, awfully nimble. And yes, people say, "Oh, just put a stop in." Well, it's all well and good to say put a stop in, but depending how many shares you take, it may blow right through your stop, and so you may not get out all the shares that you want to get out at a price. And sure, you can start chasing it down. I'm not saying you'll never get out, but it may not be exactly where you want to. So that's where you got to be really, really careful. So what am I going to look at now? I'm kind of looking at these bouncer toppers, but not for a topping play so much, but as something that's going to continue, especially later on in the day. We're looking at stocks that have been strong and now continuation. So even though these are in theory, this is built, to find stocks that might have topped out and you want to short, sure, maybe a little jog down, but then it can continue. Man, look at the gem now, JEM. This was one in the pre-market that was just ripping. Would have got up to 571, down to $3 now, JEM. Yes, it is halted. ILLR is halted. Wow, this is well more of a news halt though. This is not a volatility halt. So this does not look good. Halted due to additional information requested by Nasdaq. So that's not good. I'm sure they're. I don't know. I mean, it's not like the stock was ripping today. So I mean, the day they should have been requesting information was 3 days ago when it did its thing. Went from 250 all the way up to 5. But if they wanted to. Okay, now there was news after hours yesterday, right up to market close. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. The Triller Group shareholders approved name change to 8 Holdings. I don't know if that's the reason, but of course it was trading today. See if there's a new symbol coming up. I'm sure there's going to be a new symbol. Well, maybe they're not changing. Maybe they're not going to change their symbol. Maybe they're going to maintain ILLR. I don't know. It doesn't say they're going to be changing their symbol. Well, just like it says here, halted pending additional information. Halted pending. The warrant. That's the warrant, and also the stock. So pending additional information, halted. So we're sort of in sync there, William, with what our description is. All right, guys. One last time, going over my homepage today, just to show you, especially the scans. You know, some of you might want to take a look at the scans that I created. But first, you have to sit through how you can take out a subscription, okay? If you want to. So at the very beginning, here is a promo code you can use. You can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our, look at, by the way, I know I'm interrupting myself, but look at SpaceX now, guys. Oh, that SSPC might be really interesting. It is taking a big drop now from 171 down to 168. So all I ask is this: if you take out a subscription sometime in the future, I'm sure we're going to probably have a July 4th holiday promo code. So whatever the code is, please use my code. If you do, it really helps to keep these rooms free. Company tracks the use of the codes, promo codes. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room, the trading room. Trading room is also a free room. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about this room, you can come over here too. It's a free room. Some added perks that the room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early. Also, more interaction with other traders in this room. So it's up to you. You want to stay in YouTube, go ahead. Keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the Trade of the Week. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the Week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you do take out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on my homepage link, get down to that education section, click on the more info, and take a look at these, the getting started with trade ideas. So that is mandatory if you're just taking out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started. But if you don't have trade ideas, before you would even attempt to take out a subscription, you should know a little bit about the product. So why not start off with a second video, go to the end. That'll give you an idea about what we're capable of doing. Okay. Okay, so do that first. And then, it may be that you look at that and go, you know what, not for me. Or, you know what, it is for me. I'll try you for a month. You can always unsubscribe after a month or even before the month's over. You have to pay for the month, but you can always unsubscribe if you just don't find it's worth it's what you're looking for. Back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. Free videos, 15 of them, okay? And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down and here they are. Click on the view scans. And large cap gainers is here. More volatile race is here. Halts resumes is right down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. This is the other one that I'm using, the trend trade daily trend reversals. I'm using this one. Not using these ones right now. Doesn't mean I'm never going to use them again. It just means right now I'm not using them. So you can always ask me questions about them if you want. So you can see this one is picking up steam now, guys. This is the short ETF for SpaceX, SPCX. And you can see that it's getting, now, interesting, this is getting close to the VWAP, okay? And so should be the stock. Yes, okay? I mean, that's the way it's supposed to work. So it's getting close to the VWAP. That may act as support. If you took this one as a short, buy this short ETF. You got to watch this area. That could act as resistance on the way up. This could act as support on the way down. All right, guys. Meanwhile, the market almost up 6 points on the SPY now. Just continues. That's a beautiful move up. See how the wave, look at that wave. If you took that, for instance, if you're a SPY trader and you looked at this and you watched this kind of trying to hold the VWAP and you said, you know what, I'm going to take the trade. Yeah, right here, 743. Put your 743 and say call it 744. Put your stop just under the VWAP, about $1 stop, and then you start to. Now here is where you may have taken some off right there, and as it started piercing. Otherwise, if you didn't do it there, you might have taken some off here, but you would not be out of your entire position, just following the wave. That's how the wave helps me, keeping me in my position a lot longer. Doesn't mean I don't take some profit along the way, but as opposed to saying, you know what, I think it's over, dumping everything right there or even right here. This may have a late day thrust. I mean, this is an all-time high. This is from our AI. 3501 was the alert. 3542 now. It's been, it's not been a rocket ship or anything, but very steady, nice narrow bars. This is one that at the end, especially the market keeps moving higher. This could just start to inch its way up again. Keep like inch by inch. It's an all-time high, so you don't have to worry about any chart resistance. That's why you mentioned The grumpy holds any token cat. It's pretty ugly if he does. I know you're just kind of kidding, but wow. Yeah, this is not looking good. This is not looking good for Bitcoin, is it? Because with the market ripping and Bitcoin dropping, so this is when Bitcoin, I think, was about $120,000 right up here. When IBIT was up here, and look at this, cut in half now. Well, yeah, reading about Saylor sort of getting. No, I don't want to say he's getting out of his position, but didn't they say they were sort of going to do a pivot, not concentrating 100% on Bitcoin? That's what it used to be called, MicroStrategy. I asked a question yesterday. I did not recall that it was called Strategy Inc. I do recall when it was called MicroStrategy. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I read something about yesterday. It was doing starting a new strategy, not just Bitcoin, and that. Well, here's an optimistic view of it. TD Cowen targets 260 for MSTR. Wow, are you kidding me? And 100,000 for Bitcoin by the end of this year. So 6 months from now, really? Okay. Oh yeah, no kidding. How many clients do they have trapped in Bitcoin right now? Is TC shortable for me, just out of curiosity? And the answer is no, it is not at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Well, a little bit of a lull now for me. So let's take a look at the AI assistant. Okay. And let's see what some kind of fun we can have with it. Create a top list window. Show me the 20. That This is a can version. I mean, show me the 20 biggest percentage gainers today, priced between $5 and $100, with at least 3 times relative volume, an average daily volume over 1 million, excluding ETFs and include the extended hours. So that would be an example of how you could have read that. I could have read that into the mic, okay, into my mic, and something like that, and it would automatically create it. Let's just do it. I didn't, this is a canned one, but of course you can create your own, send it, and this is what happens. A little bit of thinking. And this is the cool part, I guess, I think. Automatically, of course, it automatically, creates it for you. And then it puts it in a doc. Okay. And now you can take it and, of course, move it out. So it's free floating. And then you can take it also. And if you wanted to make some more changes to it. But I mean, this is basically it, though. So that's what it's done for you. So look at AMBA. There's the S dot at $43. AMBA's interesting. It's an all-time high? No. Wow, it's not even close to an all-time high. Did they do some reverse splits? 41 million. That seems fairly low for an $84 stock. So that's an example. And then if you said, though, I think this is what it's going to work. Let me do it again. Now, I could talk this. Okay, so you saw what I did. I said, you know what? This time, take that list that you created for me and make it between $100 and $1,000. So these are the only ones that showed up. But you can see how easy that was. I could have spoke. I could have just dictated. Okay, this time go back to say make it penny stock familiar. 50 cents to $1.50 as the price range. There you go. Pretty cool, guys. Pretty cool. So for those of you who are struggling to make scans, you can just especially if you've got a mic, you can just. But if you don't, you just have to type it in. But it's so simple, just to speak, and you shall be heard, and it'll create it for you. And again, you can then take this and make it part of your layout if you wanted. Try another one. That you can't do. That you can't do. How about this? And I won't even start off with, well, okay, I will give it okay, Gemini. Okay, give me stocks between $1 and $100 trading that have traded at least say 400,000 shares today, maybe a relative volume of 2, that in its lifetime range was in the min box, say 5, but making a 20-day high. I may have made a mistake there, but let's just see. See what I mean? So when it doesn't understand, and I sort of did that on purpose because this is what I was finding last night also, you know, saying, catching a few gaps in your request. Let me clarify. We're going to build this. Okay. So make it near the low of its lifetime range, but now it is, say, a 10-day high, at least over its 10-day high. See if that makes sense. You know what? 10-day range is what I'm supposed to say. Sorry, should be the 10-day range, at the high of its 10-day range. So we're not looking for an alert. Sure, rank it the biggest percentage gainers for today. There you go. So you can see that even though I sort of did it on purpose the first time. I wanted to show you that okay, if you make if it doesn't understand, it's going to tell you what it doesn't understand, and you can make it. You just do the correction. But here we go. So these are stocks. These are stocks that are near the low of its lifetime range. Okay, but a high of the 10-day range, which is obvious for the Celsius or the CELZ, obvious. Okay. So these could be for those of you who like to bottom fish, you could maybe watch these ones tomorrow. Okay. And because these are sort of bottom, even though even though S dot, I mean, is still near the low of its lifetime range, even though it's a $43 stock, but that's because it's done like how many different reverse splits. But you can see what I did. And now you can make adjustments to it, of course. If you said, well, okay, now that I've got the basis behind it, maybe I change my price range, maybe I add a filter in. That's what I should have said 95 right here. So that means the stock is, really, I'm sorry, not there. Where are you? 5. That's what I meant. It should have been in the max box, not the min box. Should have been a maximum 5%, of course, above its lifetime high or lifetime range. So within the bottom 5%. So that's how you can do it, guys. I mean, it's pretty darn simple. And I love the way it creates the scan for you. And then you can break it out. Don't know when it's going to be available. I don't think my guess is that Dan is not going to be doing anything tomorrow. He might do his thing Wednesday between 12 and 1. The fact that, it's a half day on Thursday and then Friday off, I have no idea what his plans are. In fact, maybe I can ask now. So anyway, that's the idea of it, guys. So it should make it a lot easier for you to create your own scans. If you have an idea about what you might like, and then if you get way too many alerts or symbols, especially if it's an alert window, then you can start to fine tune it. By adjusting maybe the relative volume or the minimum volume, things like that. But it'll give you a great start. Now you have to have an idea about what you're looking for, of course, but I mean, fuel cells an interesting one. I mean, you would have thought with the run it's had, but no, it's still, if you had a lifetime candle, it would still be at the low here. All right, guys, 1:30. That's the sort of question I doubt, but you know what? Let's just do it. That's the type of question I don't know if you can ask that, but let me uh, let me talk right into the mic and see what happens. Can a good stock with good earnings get crushed by short sellers? Oops. Yeah. Problem is, there's a way to delete that first thing. Okay. So, I mean, this is what it's so mainly this is not necessarily creating a scan for you, but it'll give you an answer. So, you can read it. When it comes to a stock with good earnings, potentially getting crushed by short sellers, it is indeed possible. Market dynamics are complex, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, well, I don't know what I mean. It is obviously a chat. I don't know if it's Chat GPT. I don't know what I don't know what they're using. But that is a way in which you can ask general market questions too, not just trying to create a scan. Don't know how to get rid of this. I think these are little, for instance, people. I see that stocks get halted a lot. How come? Why do they get halted? See what it says. Ah, I could do that. You see, this is the problem. I don't. There's got to be a way to get rid of that. But here we go. Regarding stock halts, they can occur for various reasons, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, what AI model are you using, or are we using it within Trade Ideas? Doesn't quite say. Doesn't say exactly what. Maybe I have to ask a different question. Show AI trades. I don't know if they want that. Let's see. Show AI trades. I don't know what I'm going to get from this. Probably shouldn't keep talking. Oh, okay. So it's not going to tell you what they are, but how to get them and all that. Okay. So I mean, it's a great way to ask questions of the platform itself. I mean, that's what it is. Ask a platform a question. But I don't know what they're using in terms of the AI. All right, guys. Well, if I'll take any suggestions within reason for the AI assistant, just to see what we can come up with. I don't think it's going to. If you're, yeah, I don't think it's going to be able to do that with a specific stock. But I'll ask. I don't know. I don't think so, though. If that's truly, or you're asking me. Yeah. Oh, you're asking me. Okay, not the AI. Okay, because I don't think we can do that yet. So CCXI, I know that's a one of those business combination stocks. Well, I don't think much of it right now. I mean, look how choppy it is. So depends what you mean. What do I think of it? I mean, it's obviously been on a great 3-day run, but if you're talking right now, it's pretty choppy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it can do that. Like I know with Gemini, I can take a picture of a chart and then send it to Gemini, and it can give me an idea what its idea is of where it could go, in the next 30 minutes or something like that. Doesn't mean it's going to be right, of course, but I take a picture of the chart and just ask Gemini, what do you think? But I don't think, yeah, I don't think, where do you think GVH could go in the next, hour? The stock GVH. Doubt very much it's going to be able to do that sort of analysis yet. Never mind all this, but so now it's thinking. Yeah, not yet. Gemini is going to change names later this year. Really? I'm so used to, and I love Gemini. Oh, I thought you meant Gemini. The Gemini itself was going to change names. Oh, I see. Well, this is a business combination stock, so yeah. I mean, whoever they're supposedly going to be taking over, the company recently announced the merger with Agility Robotics. Yeah, so I mean, you understand what a blank check company does. They're what they do is they're searching for a company to merge with. That's the idea of the creation of it. Investors put money into it, then they go and search for a company to take public. And so eventually, so this is obviously what they're going to be doing. So eventually, yeah, CCXI will cease to exist, and a new company with a new symbol will replace it. But that has to be the next step, eventually to say, okay, analyze this stock. I'm a day trader. Can you give me a projection of where you think it might be in 30 minutes or 15 minutes or something like that? But that's what Gemini can do right now. I mean, it's not necessarily right, but you can take a picture of a chart and say, analyze this chart. Tell me where you think might happen in the next 30 minutes. And I'm sure the other chat GPTs can do the same thing. I'm not saying Gemini is the only one. Just that I'm so used to using it that well, you don't know if it's going to be good long term at all. I mean, it's once they do the combination, I mean, it's like any other stock. Well, you can take any stock. Is this good long term or not? We don't know. All right, guys. Well, it is now 1:38, so have another maybe 20 minutes left or longer if there are questions. I mean, you remember these blank check companies that go out and try to find a company to merge with. Remember why they're doing it. I mean, they're trying to take a company public, bypassing the arduous IPO route, and they're all going to be speculative. What they try to do is find a company in a sector that's kind of hot. So robotics. I mean, that's why this company is obviously doing going robotics. But there's no guarantee that once it does it, anything's going to happen with that company. Well, William, here's your UNCY bounce. Boy, what a great bounce off the VWAP. UNCY, UNCY. This is the one that had the disaster news. A second, uh, yeah, the FDA basically refused them a second time for their drug. And I guess they refused them the first time. Maybe they went back and I don't know what they did. They tinkered with it and said, "Okay, how about now?" And then the FDA said no again. Tesla, you and Tesla. Why did that one come up when I typed in Tesla? Wow, over 400 again. I don't follow, as you probably I don't follow it at all. 366 last week, the low, back over 400 again. So tomorrow is our national holiday in Canada, July 1st. So I may be a little late getting into the room. I don't, well, maybe not at 6 o'clock, maybe by 6:30 or 9:30, should say. I may be a little late getting into the room. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. I'm having a tough time sizing something. All right. Let's see. CNXC, it's been a little too choppy for me. I know I beat myself up a little bit for not getting it earlier, but it's been a little bit too choppy for me. Now, this one I've never heard of before. YOOV, just got halted on the way down. Oh, on the way up. Interesting. Halted on the way up. Good volume. Singaporean stock. The news is Concord International receives offer to sell majority equity interest in wholly owned subsidiary UV Group Holding Limited. That's your news for YOOV and just got halted. This is not a news halt. This is a well, right now anyway, it is a volatility halt. What do I think of Lyft? Well, after I look at Lyft, I'll look at Uber and see what's happening. But what do I think of Lyft? For what? Like right now, I mean, it's in a downtrend. Are you talking about an intraday trade, or you what? Like for what though? I mean, right now the trend is down. I mean, it's having a little pop, but well, you're talking about going long because I mean, yes, I mean it's had a little bit of a pop up, but the trend is still down, still well below the VWAP. But the VWAP is not that far away. It's not well below it. It looks a lot worse. It's only 20 cents away. So are you looking at you short it? Oh, I don't know if it's going to pop tomorrow. That I do not know. No idea. I mean, I don't think nobody can really know an answer to that question. I mean, it's had a decent, sort of a decent 2.5 day run, half a day, meaning, it did get up to 15 something, but it is, pulling back now. Let's take a look at Uber. Not that it has to. Uber, of course, is going to be. So Uber's in a 2 day run down. I'm just looking to see if does Lyft have any news. I haven't seen Lyft having any news. So, but I have no idea if it's going to pop tomorrow. Right now, I mean, it's selling off. All right, guys. Let's see. Cooper. I mean, anything is possible. I mean, it's holding over the VWAP, but you need a lot of volume to come in, like a volume bar like this one back at what time was that? 12:55. A volume bar like that, and that could get it running again, and that's the CUPR. Just looking to see when Lyft has earnings. So, or not until August. So there's no big catalyst that I can see. I mean, other than I'm not even sure I know. I mean, the market was up yesterday and it's up today. Basically, Lyft is one of those stocks that kind of follows a little bit what the market's doing. Looking at a monthly chart, I mean, if it, a monthly, if it could break out, there's the high right there on the monthly chart. So it's got a couple of dollars to that high. All right, this just opened, guys, and this is popping. YOOV is popping. Looks like it could get halted again. Let's see if this changes. 88. I mean, this could get halted right now. There you go. It's pretty easy to determine that. I mean, a stock that is fast moving to just sit at 0.88 and 0.881, no way on the bid ask. That would have been a post special if you'd been looking at it a little bit earlier. Obviously, you're up on your periodic table, of course. There's the symbol for copper, Cu. But so now maybe we'll do the reverse of what I asked that before. Let's look at strong stocks near its lifetime high, but at the low of 20 day, but the low of the 20-day range. See if we can do that. Create a top list window like that. Okay, need a top list showing stocks, say between $1 and $100, and in the lifetime range filter, put 5 in the min. That should work. 5 in the min. 95. Sorry, 95 in the min. 95 in the min, and maybe at the low of its 20-day range. No, I obviously made a mistake there. You see, it's not understanding me when I say 5 in the min. It thinks I'm saying 5 in the men. Very cool, though. I mean, it's just correcting you. So in the lifetime range filter, put 95 in the min box. And yes, and I want it at the low of the 20-day range. And then sort on the, no, it's gonna do it. So unfortunately, nothing is meeting the filter requirements. I think it's at 10%. I'm going to take that out first. So here are stocks that are right near the lifetime high, right off the bat. Now, some of these are real cheap ones. Okay, now I'm going to say lifetime high with 20-day low. Okay, take that one you just created for me, the lifetime high with the 20-day low, and delete any ETFs. My goodness, don't tell me these are all ETFs. Give me a moment. I know what. Okay, here we go. So now these are all ETFs exempt. So these are all stocks near the lifetime high. Anyway, I'm just, it's very interesting how easy it is just to create something that you might like to see and then refine it. Meanwhile, you've just, wow, just went over $1. GC, I think just came out of its halt. Just resume now, William. Yeah, just heard it. Let's take a. I mean, this has gone from 37 cents to $1 in what, 1, 2, 3, call it 15 and a half, say 16 minutes or so, 17 minutes or so. Just based on that news. Now, when is the rug pull? Unbelievable. I have 30,000 shares available to me at Interactive Brokers to short. Well, they say I have 30,000. Whether or not they would allow me to even trade this one, I don't know. Though the float is not crazy. It's 55 million. No, not allowing me to, didn't appear to allow me to short it. So even though there are shorts available in theory. I wonder if some point IB, for instance, we get an alert here, though it would really, we get a lot of questions to trade ideas. But if they wouldn't let me trade it, it wouldn't load into the platform at all. And nothing to do with trade ideas, of course, but so let's just say this CUPR was not tradable at Interactive Brokers. They just won't let you trade it, and they're trying to protect you. So it wouldn't even load into the order entry. I mean, obviously they've got a list of stocks right now. So I mean, it would be possible to do that, I guess, to just literally block the entry into the order entry or the stock showing up in the order entry. Okay, guys. Well, it's 2 o'clock. I'll hang around for another minute or so to see if there are any more questions. If not, I'm going to take off. And William is not going to keep the room open. You guys did not do a good job yesterday at engaging him and the rest of the room. All you had to do was, start typing in some symbols and talking about symbols and stocks. But I'm not berating anybody. If obviously nobody wanted to do that, so that's fine. Okay, don't see any questions, so I'm going to take off now. Kind of end the stream right now in YouTube. See you YouTubers tomorrow around 9 o'clock Eastern time.